I am who I'm meant to be. I am who I'm meant to be. Over and out again. My future needed clarity, so I could see how you react, how you'd react to me. So much differently. I am different. Every time that I look back, I see my fortune. Would you react to me? We are reacting so much differently. Doubted all that I could do, knowing what I need to do. All I can say, the word is thank you. I think is what you need to push away from the shore, amongst the waves, exactly where I wanna be. I am where I wanna be. Remember the start, when my future needed clarity. Yes, I needed clarity, so I could see how you'd react, how you'd react to me. So much differently, 'cause I am different to you. Every time that I look back, I see my fortune. Would you react to me? We
What is up, gamers? How are you doing today? I hope you guys are having a wonderful Saturday if you're in the afternoon, which is in India right now. And all over the world, there's so many different time zones. It's absolutely crazy. But the main talking point of today, Tendor, we have Apex. And that's what we'd love to see. That's what we want to see. And it's going to be a special. It's going to be really interesting today, Tendor. Sorry, Tendor. I completely forgot. I didn't introduce you. I am Live, and my boy on the side here, we have Tendor Plays, and we're going to be your hosts for today. We're going to be casting all the gameplay, all this beautiful, saucy, interesting gameplay that's going to be coming at you today. And what's really, really interesting is we're going to have two maps that are going to be in rotation. It's going to be World's Edge as well as King's Canyon. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that goes down with, and coupled with, a very interesting match point system that we have today, Tendor. So, match point. Tendor, can you explain to me players?
Yeah, I mean, look, match point's always one of those interesting formats. But what I think that's been done really well here in the Aorus Cup that's been hosted here is that there's a max kill limit of 6 points. So essentially today we have a series of 8. And the series of 8 will obviously consist of the full 8 games, unless somebody is match point eligible. And match point eligible will be at 50 points. So once you hit 50 points and you win the game, after you hit 50 points, you win the entire series. But if nobody wins on match point and we get to 8 games, then it'll go down by ranking from first place, second place, etc., etc. And obviously, you can see the scoring for today's games as well. So it's definitely going to be a really, really interesting one today here, I think, Cinder Live. I'm excited to see Kings Canyon back in competitive rotation as well. I think, we haven't seen a lot of King Canyon gameplay. World's Edge is also being changed up. It's also pretty new. There's a lot of new interesting spots and places to play in. And Sia's a big talking point here, I think, as well. I mean, what do you expect seeing from Sia in the lobby today?
That Sia is... He's a very strong hero right now, and he's not easy to play against, especially in competitive, especially when you make those early rotations, you get to those guard spots and you're just getting blasted. Sia just going absolutely ham and absolutely crazy. So it is going to be very interesting to see what the compositions are going to be, what the rotations will be like. And, going into the first game, it's very much one of those, like, everyone has to shake off the nerves. It's one of those things where it's really is about finding your footing in the early game, finding what works for you, what's working for your team. Are you guys going to be making those same rotations throughout the games? Because all of that stuff can change. It's BR, it's really interesting to see some of these competitive teams. Sometimes, they stick to what they know. They loot fast, they rotate early, and they make sure they get to their spots. But, that can all change when one team decides to either get hot dropped or another team decides that they want to do a later rotation and then it cuts off another rotation. So, with Apex, anything can happen. I'm just so excited to get into these games and have there's too much energy. There's too much hype around this event. And I'm just so excited to see what the Aorus Cup has to offer.
Yeah, I think it's super interesting, especially, with the skill cap. We don't always see that in a competitive system. And when we were talking to the production team and the admins behind it, they definitely said they wanted to see it go the distance. And I think we'll go the distance today, because, I mean, you can only get a max of about, 18 points per game once you've, reach your kill max. And I mean, it's mathematically, look, my math is really bad, guys. So I'm not going to be that guy over here thinking that I'm a calculator. But mathematically, it's probably only at around game 6, 7 will we really see anybody on match point, like guaranteed, Usually you might see it on like the 4th or 5th game, in a match point format. But I think it's really nice today that we'll probably be able to go the distance and get a full set of Apex Legends, And I think especially with Sia being added into the mix, rotations are going to be really, really difficult because of that heartbeat sensor. And that heartbeat sensor pretty much just gives whoever's playing that legend a full spectrum of what is happening in front of them without having to really see much of what is happening. So I think we're going to see a lot more, of a slowed down gameplay, a lot slower than what has recently been emerging, especially since since they recently released Valkyrie, and the Valkyrie meta was pretty much fast rotates everywhere. I think things are going to slow down a little bit more. You know, I think less Bloodhounds as well. We're not going to see too many Bloodhound scans. I think Sia is probably going to be replacing that category. So it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly how these players use and utilize these legend compositions.
And the players are not just playing for the clout. They're not just playing for their name on the top of that board. They are also playing for a prize pool. There is a prize pool that is in today, and it is going to be 5,000 rupees for first place. Second place is going to be 3,000, and third place is going to be 2,000. So there's a lot on the line for the players today. And what's even more important is that Aorus Gigabyte is doing a Pro Series competition. If you purchase a Pro Series motherboard during this time, the link will be in the description as well. You can win Amazon gift cards that you can use to purchase other peripherals and other things that are going to be coupled with that Pro Series motherboard. And it's, I mean, those are some beautiful motherboards that we have seen, Tendo.
Yeah, definitely. The motherboards are definitely quite beautiful. I'd like to cop me one of those. So make sure if you're watching to get involved with the whole competition and the whole process, guys. It's definitely going to be an exciting day of Apex Legends, and the games should be starting pretty soon here. Cinder, in terms of legend compositions, what do you think exactly are we going to see? We've been speaking a lot about Sia, but what about those two other slots? Who's going to be fulfilling those two other slots right now in a lot of these teams?
I think, I mean, we can't take away from the good old faithful Wraith. And you definitely know she's going to be, she's your go-to. You know, if a team doesn't have a Wraith, it's not often a composition that you would see in any region. So I'm definitely expecting to see a Wraith in there. And then, you know, there's been a lot of ifs and whats and buts and wheres about other comps that you can run. You know, you have your Gibby if you want to play on those edge zones, you want to take it slow and you prefer farming in and not taking those guard spots. You know, we won't see the Watsons anymore. It's just so many compositions that we're so used to seeing that just aren't exactly run at this time. But as we are saying this, we are jumping straight into the game and we are looking at this beautiful new Season 10 map. What do you think about this, the changes to the new map?
Yeah, I think, you know, Climatizer, Lava Siphon, these are really good spots that they added into the map. I think that north side of the map was definitely suffering a little bit in terms of the rotations that a lot of these players would be taking. So we'll probably see a lot more people go towards that side. Getting a quick look at that scan as well, we're going to see a very north-centered map here towards that fragment west side. So there's going to be a lot of teams that are probably going to be starting to push their way into that fragment zone. As we tune into Roots, Peacekeeper here, as they have landed in the Lava Fissure, getting a little bit of loot in. SimpHub, love the name. Definitely going to be simping for them all day long. Here in Fragment East,
this direction,
trying to find their spot.
Let us go.
Definitely trying to find this spot, and let's talk about those compositions as we switch over to PAWNRS. We have Dante on that Octane. We have the Gibby with Afro, and Mirrors is running a Mirage? A Mirage Tender. That is something we do not often see in the competitive scene. So it's going to be really interesting. Look, late game, definitely viable, but it is going to be really interesting as we swap over to Lucknow Warrior with that Gibby, Sia, and Caustic combo. I mean, that is a very deadly combo. If they can pull that Caustic to the late game, we've seen how devastating a Caustic can be. And it's just really difficult to, you know, carry the Caustic in such in the beginning stages of the game, but if you can utilize him well and try and pull him early towards that guard spot, you can just do so much damage going into that final zone.
Yeah, definitely. That's a very interesting composition right there. Might be that new fortified composition that we do see. It's funny because CS pretty much replaced Valkyrie. I remember I've mentioned this a lot of times that Sentinel's composition was Valkyrie, Caustic, and Gibby. Very defensive, but still fast in the rotates because of that Valkyrie. But they've kind of slowed things down with that composition by adding Sia, looking for more information to, you know, plot out the rotations a little bit better. Things are calm as we start the first game. So far, no fights to really break loose just yet, as teams are just trying to find some loot and get the rotation. The loot's going to be a really big one. Yeah, I think, you know, Cinder, when it comes to loot, if you find yourself struggling you know, to get a lot of loot in the beginning of the game. It's going to be really hard when those rotations need to start coming in for your team.
Very much so, and it seems like XZM just taking their time, you know, being able to maybe get a few shots on, but we're switching up to BOOMSQUAD right now. They're finding themselves in a fight here. Unfortunately, the Sia taking a lot of damage. That badass kid just maybe playing a little too aggressive there, but he has fallen back. He is going to keep running and see if he can get into some safe time cover, but it's going to be too late, and it does seem like it is. The team has aggressed onto the high ground, and he is going to go down, but he is not down and out. If his team can perhaps make something happen here, maybe try get the advantage, they'll be able to see. Unfortunately, Badass Kid is going to be eliminated, but his banner is still recoverable. But, you know, at this stage of the game, this is definitely something you don't want to be happening. It's going to cut off your rotation time. It's going to make it that much harder. So, BOOMSQUAD, they need to make a decision here. Are they going to go back and get the banner, or are they just going to give it up to Team LP?
A bit of a tough one there when you get caught off in the beginning, and that new area where, you know, Fragment meets Epicenter has been flattened out a little bit, so getting caught on those rotations is going to be a bigger issue for a lot of these players. So it's unfortunate to see that Fada's kid go down, but now back to XZM, who are making their way towards staging, just trying to scout out and make sure that nobody's really ahead of them right now. But for the most part, things do seem a little bit quiet until it does look like Man finds somebody in front, and they're going to try to push up on this. They have alerted the rest of the squad. And actually, Sia's going to use his special ability to get a little bit more information on how this fight is going to go down. Post up around this rock. And Man U's taking a lot of damage, going to have to be forced to drop the dome. Shooting back to BOOMSQUAD. That fat-ass kid's banner is left out in the open. They need to try to recover it and get themselves back into this game. But right now, bit of fights breaking here and there, Cinder, but nothing really just yet to quite worry these teams.
Ooh, 1 second, 2 seconds left on the banner to me. So they did get it, but going back to XZM right now, Man, you just finding all these little trick shots that you can find. Taking this bedrock angle, he has a very, very good angle right here. They need to kind of just decide whether they want to take this fight, whether they want to start making that rotation. But, you know, expending all these resources in the early game is just really, really difficult. But switching over to the fight that is happening between these two, Gibby Domes have gone down, but one of them expanded a little bit too early, and the Wraith, unfortunately, is going to go down to the hands of Bane as they have that high ground potential. But there's a lot of squad team area. It's just not the greatest place to be, as we see the lights of Ravagers Krell as AD is just looking to hit that bat. He needs to get that bat off. He needs to get reset and get back into this fight, as we see Venom utilizing that spear, utilizing that tactical angle to spot the player's heartbeat. They have been able to eliminate Nizo. That is going to be Jacoby going down, and another squad eliminated, but they are still under fire. They are not out of dodge yet.
Not out of dodge yet. It's the same for XZM. They find themselves caught out here between Harvester and Staging, waged against the wall between two teams. Lucknow just coasting their way into this next zone. Haven't found anybody yet to really engage with, as they post up a good position here with their composition. And that zone is going to be pulling towards them, so for now they're not too worried with what is going to be happening. And yeah, I mean, those fights breaking loose on the opposite end of the map are quite hectic. You know, squads are starting to go down. We've got 13 squads left, actually, in this affair. There's a lot of those teams start to go down. Nobody here in the geyser making their rotate as well, trying to gather a little bit of loot. Armor situation not looking too bad, but could be a little bit better there. But for now, they'll be able to steady things down, as a lot of squads are probably getting pulled into those fights towards Harvester, Staging, you know, Fragment side, and towards that zone. So, you know, a lot of these edge playing teams are a little bit lucky when it comes to those kind of positions where they can just get some loot and work their way in and hopefully find a little bit more to work with. But speaking of working with, it does seem like there's a rest behind them that they can work on.
I suggest we do some research in this area.
Very interesting, as you can see them in the bottom right corner there. It is a fight that might go down here at Geyser, as we see all other teams just making their way in, just making their rotations. A lot of teams seem to have found their spot, found their real estate, but What's going to be really interesting to see is are there going to be, is there a fight that's going to go down at that area? But we'll have to tune back into that a little bit later as we switch over to Woot, still making a rotation. The Seer using that ability to just try and identify, is there any other players around us? Are we going to be finding ourselves getting caught off guard? Unlikely. XCM still near Hofster, getting up, getting all their resources back into question here as we see one kill on Manu. So it seems like they were able to wipe up that squad quite successfully. Their armor is looking pretty decent here. They still obviously have 2 blues on the Seer and the Gibby. But again, just biding their time and making their rotation slowly. Edge playing team with that Gibby, it is a very viable composition. Switching over to mains, making their way into Fragment. Now Fragment, the interesting thing about Fragment is that it's just so many buildings, so many different layers, and so many different places that these players can settle up in. As we see all these teams starting to make their rotation. And it's going to be interesting to see how all the gatekeeping is going to happen, because if you find yourself rotating early enough and getting one of these prime real estate buildings, you just have to honestly hold it down to the best of your ability. And it's quite simple. If you're a team that's playing late and rotating late, you're going to find yourself in a really, really tough position.
Yeah, and tough positions are not one of those things you're going to be finding yourselves in. Beacon Scan does come in for Lucknow, and they're safe where they're at, so they're probably just going to try and hold things down for the time being and not really look to aggress too much, because at the end of the day, yes, skill points do matter, but placement points will definitely guarantee you, you know, a little bit more of an easier route towards the top end of that table. And Woot is posted up on top of this tower, just trying to scout out what they can see. Bearded Ninja with the longbow. Longbow pretty dangerous in the right hands, I believe. You know, Cinda, I think snipers are kind of making a bit of an emergence into this new meta of Apex Legends. I think lots of people are sleeping on snipers, and when you do find those players that are using snipers, they're often extremely cracked.
This direction calls to me. Let us go.
Very, very, very cracked. I mean, snipers, you can't go wrong in every game that ever existed, especially a shooter. You know that a sniper hits the hardest and it hurts the most. But again, looking at this fragment, you see 2 teams that have made this early rotation, 2 teams that have taken care of getting that prime real estate that we were talking about earlier, and it doesn't seem like too many other teams are perturbed about getting in early as we do go into round 2 as it is starting to close here. It is going to be interesting. Old Gamers Club, the likes of Cyber, Coon, 1-P and Fit Assassin. Let's see what they can do.
Now back to Woot, still posted up on top of this tower. And speaking of longbows, it just brings me to the attention of how the care package, it's funny that they point one out there, how the care package weapons have been shaped up this season, with the Spitfire moving in and as well as the alternator. A lot of people a little bit disappointed with the alternator moving into the care package, considering it was one of those go-to weapons you could get off spawn and absolutely shredded. But I think it's shredding a little bit harder now that it's got the disruptor rounds in that care package along with the Spitfire, which is absolutely just a cannon of doom at this point, I think, you know. So it's going to be interesting what kind of weapons, you know, people are going to be picking up from the care package, because I think a lot of people tend to shy away. I think you can also agree with this, Cinder, that, you know, you see a triple take and you're like, nah, maybe not my alley, maybe not my class, but now you see a Spitfire and you're like, ho, now it's time to play.
Very, very much so, but the Spitfire, just, I mean, having it going back into the care package is probably one of the greatest things I've ever witnessed. It has been replaced with that Rampage, and that Rampage, we've seen what it can do. It is deadly, especially if you are able to get that Thermite and boost it up and ramp it up, as it were. You see XCM making a little bit of damage here. They've been able to look out that dome, throw down the LT, and deter another team from pushing onto their location. Zone 3 has closed. Zone 3 is closing in 2 minutes as we see all these teams starting to make their rotation in. A lot of teams just find themselves a little bit late to the party, but still not out. As let's see the fight breaking down on the East Fragment side, and a lot of pot shots coming through. Hoping it's fun. Seem to have spotted the pokers, as it were. Dead Fox returning some shots here. but it seems like they're just taking it slow. They're taking their time, trying to identify where's playable and where's not, as we see shots rattling out from that 301 onto the enemy team that is inside of the building that they might choose to go for.
You know, I think a lot of people argue that Sia has a bit too many abilities compared to a lot of other legends. I mean, his special ability is not only a bloodhound scan, essentially. It shows how much armor the person has. It shows exactly where they are. It stops meds. It stops reses. So I think a lot of people have been complaining about Sia in this new meta of Apex Legends, but for good reason. As the teams start to make their way in to fragment, and you can see a lot of them are stacked on top of each other. So it's going to be a big fight in this main building, and it's going to be Alex with the flatline running on in, trying to deal a little bit of damage. That might just stop him from follow through with that push. There's a lot happening in the area. There's a couple of ultis down from Sia as well, so everybody's pretty much detected in this zone. And hopping is fun. Playing that bottom side, Banes on this opposite end. The zone is going to be closing towards where we did see that one team pushing up. Walter, and lots happening here.
A lot happening indeed as we see the Sia. He's going to be popping that cell, just trying to identify where the rest of these teams are playing. Hoping is fun. Didn't choose to aggress onto that, but it seems like their Sia has been eliminated. He did get caught out of a little bit out of fortune, and hoping it's fun. Maybe trying to aggress back onto this and say, you know, maybe we can get the damage, or maybe the Sia communicated enough damage as the zone is starting to close, and Des and Alex might unfortunately on the receiving end of the R99 of Xenon, as he has eliminated both of those players, and the rest of the team just trying to make their rotation is very difficult because this ticks really hard, and if you just find yourself coming out of the gunfight, the res is going to come out from Manu, but he's going to go down as well. Zero, the only one left who is healing up, but speaking of that, also finding himself in a predicament, unfortunately. Sid not able to clutch it up. He is going to be eliminated. Bane's just sitting, watching all of this tragedy go down, and they are sitting comfortably on top of this building. They are sitting pretty at this moment in time, but that zone has shifted off their location. They will have to start making their rotation very soon, but they are still alive and in it. Top 10. You know, 8 squads left, 24 players around. As we see Woot also just taking their time, making the best of this first game.
Yeah, and oftentimes when you see zones, you pull to fragment, you know, your team will make the call that let's find a building in a fragment, and then the zone just pulls away completely like that. And it's a position, and between top positions, it does look like Lucknow, who were sitting so pretty earlier, are in a really tough position now as they take up this fight. One member is down so far, so it's just Savaz and Schick Warrior who are up now. Leader in hand, Volta as well. What can they really do from this position? They're gonna look for the recovery perhaps, but for now they just need to hold behind this rock and try to work together as well as they can as a duo. Seers are just everywhere at this moment. You can't hide from anybody pretty much. Has to run to the dome, but the res is actually good, so they're able to stabilize just for a little bit, but for how long that is the case, as Root is the team behind them. They've spotted them out, they managed to get that re-knock onto Ravage gangs, and now Bearded Ninja is just gonna slow things down as the rest of his team is able to just balance things off. They're gonna play from the low ground, shots coming in, blazing, as they try to work this fight, and it's just the Seer upstanding on the team. But for how much longer? Longbow pulled out. He's going to go for the armor swap. Really clean armor swap coming in from Bearded Ninja. And this fight is looking all but finished now as they clean it up. But there's still more. There's still more third parties coming in.
Oof, and unfortunately that is going to be them eliminated the hands of Bane. It's just looking at this location, just this complete open location, very little to work with. You know, you got a few crates, a few boxes, a few things scattered here and there, but it's not the easiest zone to be rotating into, especially if you're playing underneath that bridge. You can have a little bit of safe haven, but that's also not going to be closed off. And Rex finding themselves on the edge, they're doing up, getting all of their stuff together, but Team LP in one of the best positions, especially especially considering they still have that Revenant to work with. They have the Revenant ulti, so if they they choose to put down the totem, they choose to put down that jump pad, and they're going to put that on the other side. However, Bane's finding himself just cleaning up the final last bit of the teams here, as that Gibby is going to need to get that raise. I'm not sure if he has to go enough for the team like he does, but he's going to try and stick it anyway, but it's going to be cancelled by that CQ. But Team LP still in this death protection. They need to make something happen, and unfortunately the death protection is going to start to run out, but they have spotted out the likes of Banes. They have spotted out the last two remaining players, and Team LP, they want to end this. They want to finish this out. Just taking it slow, though, taking their time, knowing what needs to be done, and they need to try and cut off this rotation, but it seems like they've let them pass for free. At Team LP, they need to aggress on this. They need to make something happen while they're wounded, while they're bleeding, and the push does come up. They have taken the high ground, and they're still just looking to see if they can clean this one out.
Cleaning it out is what Team LP have their sights aimed for. They do have the high ground over the team in the bottom of this ridge. They can really work off this. Things are starting to stabilize in the game as we come through for this final fight. And they're going to pull down as a team. Try to get an angle to work with here. They do find a really good angle, but they actually just take down with the Seer ulti. Seer's Q comes in as well. There's so many abilities flying left and right. Revenant ulti, Seer ulti, but one gets knocked onto the opposite team, and now it's Team LP who have the upper hand in this fight, and it's going to be Team LP to clutch it up and take the first game of the day.
What a beautiful first game to set that story. All of that amazing, tasty, tantalizing Apex Legends that we're going to be watching today. And Team LP, you got to hand it to them. They bided their time. They played to the best of their ability. They utilized that Rev Octane combination that we've seen. There's been a lot of banter around it, but you know what? It's in the game. It's utilized. So they were able to get the win, and judging by the number of kills that they had on each of their players, they were way above the threshold of 6. But they're putting it down. They're putting it down. They're laying down and saying, you know what, guys, this is ours. We're taking it home today.
Yeah, taking it home is definitely, set on their minds after such a crazy finish like that. And it's interesting to see that Revenant is actually the legend that comes up on top with all the Gibraltar, that we saw in the lobby. So I think that's a really good testament to show that in Apex Legends, as long as you know what you're doing with the legend, they're not out of meta at all. I wouldn't be surprised if someone pulls out a Watson and then all of a sudden there's a fence here and there that's just going to, stop a team from making a rotation that they so desperately need.
Speaking of needs, they got the points that they needed in that game. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do in game 2. But, one thing that we can highlight is that we've seen Seer on almost every single composition of every single team today. And that is, if that's not saying something, the hero is incredibly strong right now. You were speaking about it, all his abilities and what he can bring to the team is just, there's no words for it. The free information that he can provide, as well as that little chip damage and that cancel, as we saw LP also utilizing it and canceling one of those reses. And it adds that much more, what's this? You're just in this constant fear of being cancelled, or this constant fear of being discovered by the Seer, and it just makes it that much harder to play around, and it just adds so much more diversity to the game. So it is going to be interesting to see how that is going to play out in the rest of these games. But if that's game 1, Tendo, I'm honestly, I'm raring to see what is in store for the rest of us today. But we do have, I think Kings Canyon is going to be on rotation next, so different map, different rotations, different landing spots. It's me see interesting.
Excited
do you
for
think
that
any
one, definitely, to see.
Yeah, very excited. Do you think anyone's going to be contesting each other going into this game too?
Yeah, I don't know. I think the lobby's it's not full right now as it stands. So genuinely, when you're in that kind of competitive situation, you definitely should not contest. You definitely need to maybe just hang in the drop ship and see where a couple of the teams are going, so that you have a clean drop spot and you're not contested, because you're just losing points right off the beginning. So yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. Honestly, man, I haven't seen Kings Canyon scrims or competitive in like maybe four months now. When was the last time Kings Canyon was even available? Maybe in April of this year was the last time Kings Canyon was on a competitive rotation. So it's definitely going to be interesting. It's a bit jarring as well as a player, right? You go from World's Edge to Kings to World's Edge to Kings, so you have to almost adapt your play styles, in between games. So we'll see who can adapt their playstyle, to the fullest of their abilities. Will Team LP still remain on top? I mean, we're just gonna have to wait and find out.
We definitely have to wait and find out, but it is going to be interesting. Again, we speak about the Aorus Cup Watch, the Pro Series motherboard that you can purchase and you can win and get a Amazon gift card. Link is in the description below. But we hope you guys are having an amazing Saturday. You hope that you guys are enjoying the Apex that we've seen so far, because I am, and I know my co-caster here, Tendo, is also enjoying himself. But it is interesting that we see so many seers moving into this, just considering this cup and what we've seen in the competitive scene so far, a lot of deliberation. But one thing is interesting, again, especially with that Rev Octane combo, for them to have run it so passively in a way. Like, I'm not too sure, we didn't see their gameplay throughout the game, but it seemed like they were playing it very passively, very cautious, especially towards that end game. We saw Alpi completely let them run away for free in a sense, and let them kind of get back into their feet, and then still be able to contest them 3v3 and win it out. So it was really, really interesting to see that they allowed that to happen, just playing it safe, playing it cautiously, and making sure that there was no room for an error.
Yeah, I mean, interesting because I think a lot of people see Revenant Octane as a aggressive playstyle, but you can definitely somewhat use it passively, right? Because at the end of the day, you're playing with Second Life, and as long as the totem is in a safe spot, you basically get to just run at a team for free, right? And you're not really risking too much of yourself. And it was interesting that you see Sia, Rev, and Octane, because you almost have two Rev abilities in one, if you get what I'm trying to say here. Since with Sia's ability, you can cancel heals and you can cancel the res, right? It's almost like a different kind of silence, right, that you're playing with. So it's quite interesting that Team LP went for that composition, but it definitely worked. I think they read how the lobby would play out throughout it, and they definitely played to their strength. And I mean, it guaranteed them the win at the end. I mean, especially when they jumped over with the Rev ulti, they were able to just scope out the area and understand exactly what they were getting themselves into. And they still had the option to go back if they took enough damage and maybe just reset.
Absolutely. And we can't take away from the other teams that were involved. I mean, we saw the likes of SimpHub, BOOMSQUAD, hopping is fun in PSM. I mean, do you have any favorites thus far, Tenno? Is there any specific team that stands out to you?
I think Woot was playing quite well. They were hugging the edge of the zone there, and I just think they got caught out on their rotation, because there was a lot of teams towards that side where everybody was posted up. So it was a little bit difficult for them, but so far I like the way they were trying to work their way in, very methodical. I think we're actually seeing a lot of methodical gameplay from the lobby in general, because yes, the lobby isn't fully stacked, but we didn't see a lot of teams just run at each other and into each other. There was definitely a grander thought process. I think, what was it, XZM as well was quite interesting to watch, because they found themselves caught up amongst 3 squads, but still managed to stay alive, fish a couple of kill points from that situation. So right now, the skill level is really, really great to see.
Very great to see indeed, and especially Xenon that was able to, just tag those players low enough so that the zone was able to kill them as well. But unfortunately, they were finding themselves getting caught out on the zone. So I'm sure they won't be making that mistake again. Hopefully, they'll make a bit more of a clarified decision going in, because that's zone 3. It's you can still heal it, but it's not something you want to play around with. But again, we just look at it, the array of players that we have here today: Genesis Esports, Bid Gaming, Old Gamers Club, Lucknow Warrior. I mean, we saw Lucknow. I mean, we spoke about Lucknow for a little bit, and we saw them towards that Geyser. They were
They were
in
holding
that
the
Geyser
building,
position,
weren't
just
they?
trying. Yeah, Lucknow. The one. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I stand corrected. I apologize. But they
Nah,
made that
they were
rotation.
holding
They
the
got that
building
Eddie.
on their edge with the Caustic team, wasn't it? And they were close to Woot, if I'm not mistaken. So they were playing that slow play style, waiting for the zone, scanning the beacons, and trying to see what rotations they could get. Unfortunately, I think everybody just swarmed them on that side of the map.
Very much so. But again, it's going to be interesting going into this game too to see how it all plays out and how it all goes down, especially considering this match point format that we were speaking about. If the players do exceed 50 and win that game thereafter, they will be taking it home. And that's I love that match point system. I think it's very, very incredible to see that. It all about consistency. Basically, if you can just consistently get as many points as you can per game, even if you're not coming first every game, even if you're not coming second, as long as you're consistently getting enough points, that's going to get you to that match eligibility. And then once you've achieved that, you just have to win that next game. It's just about winning that one game, that one game that's going to take it home for you. Do you think that with the kill cap, that is going to make it a lot harder for some teams?
Yeah, I mean, statistically, it is going to take a few more games to get to, match point eligible. So I wouldn't say it's going to be harder. It's just going to take a little bit more consistency, as you'd like to say, a little bit more grit to you get over that mark, to put yourself in that position. And I think, I always find it with match point format that some teams kind of use up all their luck in the beginning, and then they find themselves on match point but unable to win games. And I think, in EU, especially, you can probably, also comment on this, where you'll find the one team absolutely dominating the lobby towards that first half of this match point format, find themselves on match point. But then what will actually happen is the lobby will start to dive on them because they know they're on match point. And especially what's dangerous is if you're the only team on match point, right? Because then everybody knows who to target so that, we can continue the series going. Thankfully, we're capped at 8 games. So I don't think people should be playing in that play style. I think you need to kind of maintain trying to collect points and trying to maintain your consistency, or else it's going to just, blow up in your face. But definitely with match point days, it's almost a different play style, because you have to play the first half as if it's just a series of 6 or 8, and then when you're on a match point, play to win the next game. So it's just a switch of play styles, and sometimes it can be jarring for some teams, and they can't always adjust properly.
I mean, 100% right. But as we are loading all the players into the new lobby, we're going to be right back. We're just going to run. We're going to just look at a few ads in the meantime while we are continuing to get these lobbies up. But I mean, I'm excited, Tendo. Game 1 was a banger. Game 2 is going to be even more exciting, and it's going to be really interesting to see. But we'll be right back after these ads. Oof. What a beautiful, beautiful first game, Tendo. I can't. I'm replaying in my head. I'm just seeing everyone going at it the way they did. And there's too much energy, too much hype, too much beautiful things happening on this beautiful Sunday. But what I'm really, really interested in seeing, and I'm sure you are too, Tendo, I want to see what those scores are looking like, because that's what matters. I want to see who's at the top, who's at the bottom, and who is going to be playing for gold.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's no surprise to see Team LP up at the top there, and you guys can see that they were able to get themselves a total of 16 points there, and they are sitting at the tippity top. Just after them is Baines, and then it's BOOMSQUAD. So those three are going to be our to look out. You know, they're going to be on our radar. You see Woot also there coming in 4th place as well. XZM, surprised to see them at 6th place. I thought they were doing a little bit better than when we saw them. But there they do go. And I do correct myself that the total points you'll get is 16 points only. The max to win a game is 10 points there, and all the teams are following thus after. Cinder, anything here that's catching your eye, anything that's a little bit interesting? I mean, look, 12 kills coming in from Team LP from that first game as well. That's a cracker right there.
I was about to say that is a huge number to be putting up in the first game. And, you know, again, we spoke about how consistent they were, how they were just methodical in their process, especially, you know, in that final fight. They just made sure that there was no room for error, and it's clinical to see. It's really, really good to see. But I'm more concerned about, you know, these outlying teams, the likes of SimpHub sitting in 11th place. 11th place, 16th we have PSM, and 20th Cracked. I mean, I'm sure these teams have definitely got what it takes, and unfortunately, you know, first game you just hit the goose egg on the board, and it's not something you want to be sitting, especially, you know, 11th to 20th. They need to make something happen. This is, you know, it's still early days. It's still game 1. You know, game 2 coming up, and it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to be able to make something happen. But you know, with this kind of structure the way that we have it right now, you know, you don't have to do exceptionally well. You don't have to be Team LP farming 12 kills in the game. You know, you're capped at 6, and all you got to do is play for that first place to maximize your points and get yourself to that match point threshold. So it's kind of that style where you know, you don't have to be that aggressive if you don't want to be, or if that isn't your playstyle, if your team isn't comfortable, if you're just settling in. You know, going into game 2, Kings Canyon, do you think all of these outlying teams, especially 11th to 20th, are going to be able to change something, make something that's going to be relevant, that's going to get them points on the board?
Yeah, I'm hoping it's just first game jitters from those 11th to 20th teams that will maybe just bounce back in this next game. I mean, now we're expecting a lot from Team LP. I mean, you can't just post up 12 kills and then all of a sudden start to fall off. It's quite interesting, right? Because max of 6 kills is almost like playing a game of ranked. You know what I mean? With the KP wise, where you are capped. So maybe you just got to think of it as a ranked game. Yes, there is money on the line, so it's definitely just not any ranked game. But it's definitely going to be interesting. And I mean, speaking of interesting, an interesting thing I think that is coming up next. If you guys are liking the Apex that you're seeing today, guys, make sure you go check up the latest up and coming Apex Legends Global Series, the ALGS. The preseason is about to start, and they've changed up the entire format of how everything is going. There's now a Pro League and a Challenger League for a couple more of those gamers that aren't too ready to be playing up against the pros, but like to, you know, get a little bit of their hand into what it's like to play some competitive Apex. And I mean, obviously, you know, cups like these are also a really great experience. So definitely go check out the ALGS. You can just go check that out on playapex.com.
I mean, it's exciting. It's honestly exciting because, you know, we've seen so many, myself and you, we've watched hundreds of them together, and it changes all the time. The meta is always changing. The games are always exciting, and it's just so brilliant to watch. So if you guys aren't aware of that's happening, obviously just hop onto Play Apex and see what is going to be going down, because I mean, it's had it interesting. And if any of you as players want to get involved in there is various ways that you can obviously get involved. But speaking of getting involved, we're going to get involved into this game too, and it's going to be, as we spoke about that Kings Canyon, look at that ugly, that caustic area. just brings me shivers. Hopefully, they don't see another caustic in this game.
Yeah, I mean, there's no ways we play Kings Canyon and we don't see caustic. It's like there's no ways we're gonna have a Kings Canyon game and we don't see Revenant. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where the Revenant meta was burst. You know, on Kings Canyon, considering how much smaller proximity the map is compared to, you know, Worlds LH and or Olympus. Olympus, another talking point. I mean, Olympus is one of those maps that I don't know if we'll ever see in competitive rotation. Acinda, I think the way the devs have created that game just isn't as competitive as Kings Canyon and World's Edge.
Oh, for sure. I fully agree. And, you know, especially on Kings that we have right now, you have these charge towers that give you that ulti immediately. Oh no, the Rev with an ulti. What is he going to be able to do with it if there's a team close by that can obviously rotate and make something happen? It's just, it puts you at that immediate advantage, especially landing at this area that has, what was it, 1, 2, 3 charge points? And that's, I mean, that's saying something. That's literally getting your ulti up 3 times. So if anyone's landing labs, you better watch out because you're not going to have a good time. But switching over to Lucknow Warrior, landing at this crypto tower area, which is such a pivotal area in my opinion. I think it's one of the most important areas on this version of Kings Canyon because you get that beacon scan, you get that free information, trying to understand where the teams are, and it seems like perhaps they might be contested as we watch this Wraith dance around, but it does seem like they have taken care of their pesky rat issue, and he has been eliminated. Now they're going to go for that rescan. They can sit in the zone for pretty much zone 1, zone 2, and rescan as much as they want, trying to identify where the teams are going, and I think that's just so important going into the late stage of the game.
Yeah, it's definitely really important because once you get that scan, you can definitely plot out a lot of the rotations that a couple of these teams will be making. It does look like towards this watchtower, there's a bit of a stack of teams, and I wonder if they're going to get it themselves involved just yet. Things are still early days, things are still very calm. I think a lot of teams are still trying to look for some, trying to scout out whatever they can, but as soon as I say that, the fight over at the Gauntlet and SimpHub finding themselves in a bit of a tough spot. They're trying to back off from the situation. The armor isn't looking too good for them. They have some whites, they got a blue, not much to work with. Utility is going to be low as well at this point, but they're going to just try to hold their ground here, back holding. But someone just jumped on top of them, and it's Vitoli that goes down to the hands of Water a Folk. Now they can stabilize this and try win and capitalize themselves from the situation, and they somebody right in front of here, and they're able to take him down as well, and that's gonna be that fat kid. And they slide on in. What's taking a lot of damage. Kobe's gonna come in. He's Mike Tyson, and they managed to take him out. And they stabilized quite well in that situation, being able to fall back and just, you know, hold together as a squad.
Yo, Kobe trying to pull out the booms, bust out the fists, but unfortunately not connecting as many as he thought he would, as we see Team Woot taking this high ground, playing this defensively. They know exactly where the team is, obviously utilizing that Sia ulti, which is so pivotal, especially in this meta right now. Sia just showing how he can be utilized to his full potential. Unfortunately, that is going to fade, so they're going to lose that information, but they still have the audio cues. They can still play off everything that they need to know, and the only person that seems to be in a more advantageous position is really Ninja, sitting with that purple armor versus 3 whites. If anyone who's going to initiate, it has to be him, but it seems like he's going to be the last person to initiate, as that armor goes. Sia dancing around. They played this Gibby very, very well. Ninja has been put down to some low HP. They do have the Bloodhound scan eventually. He's going to go down. Is there going to be a trade? The Arcstars are being thrown out. Ninja does get traded down, though. It is still up to Ezra to try and make something happen here on Team Woot. And both players just trying to crawl out, trying to get some safe haven, as Kevin was able to eliminate one of the players and is able to eliminate the last and final player. So all of them just trying to make something happen here, and looking at Save Apex, please, who is a fresh new squad that has been added to the pool here, replacing one of the squads that unfortunately wasn't able to make it, and they're trying to make something happen. Startup guy has blocked this door, made sure that the team is not able to get in, and that bought enough time for the team to rotate around, and it's going to win them the fight. But it seems like the third party is going to come in here. They need to themselves back up. Oh, get out of the dodge.
There is a hell of a lot happening here in this little compound. Save Apex, please. Gonna be able to rotate out with that Wraith portal. Wraith portal is so good on Kings Canyon, I believe, considering how small the map is. You're really able to maximize the distance here, and they're able to just reposition after getting some good KP as well. So now Save Apex, this new team popping in, showing why we probably should have started with them all the way in the beginning as things start to stabilize. And I like what they're doing here. They're working their way up the hill to try and get this high ground over this team who caught themselves looting. Yes, they have a bit of an armor advantage, but the high ground is a big enough advantage for the team here to really capitalize off this situation. But we tune into Vai Brother. It does look like Beerus goes down, unfortunately. So now they're just going to be the 2-man left up to try and fend off this attack.
Fend off indeed, as unfortunately Beerus was eliminated. He is not down and out though. The banner is still recoverable. They can try and make something happen here. His shots rolling out, but when you go back to Team Cracked, who's trying to hold it down, they were able to third party push the team off their loot and Save Apex wants it back. They want to get those resources that they desperately need, and Devil, he's going to be eliminated. Snowball, he's going to follow, and it's all up to Sam's life to see if he can clutch it up. But it's a 1v3 situation now. He might have that even hand, but there's still 3 players to deal with, as all of them unfortunately are going to be eliminated. Save Apex, please. The newcomers, the boys, have been able to reclaim what was rightfully theirs in the first place, and they've done it with ease.
With ease, indeed, they've done it, and they can stabilize and capitalize off all the loot that they've been able to collect. Vai Brother have unfortunately have to leave the banner of their teammate Beerus. And it's just going to be the 2 to rotate out here. And now things are starting to stabilize in and around the lobby. It does look like Team Bane has found themselves into a bit of a fight, and they found a knock. As we tune into Nobody, who are on the outskirts of the map, trying to make a crazy rotation. It's just Chili left up on the team, and it's just getting shot from left, right, and center. The solo Octane running, zooming ahead. Call him Sonic the Hedgehog as he tries to get away from the evil Dr. Eggman, who are the opposing teams. But for now, he's able to stabilize, able to just hold. And you gotta just play it for as long as you can, right? Sindel is a rat. You know, I think it's a little bit difficult now, you know, considering with all the legends. But he's gonna have to do his best, and returning to Team LP. The lobby leaders right now taking in a lot of smoke, and they seem to be going down. As LP Warrior himself goes down first, and it's just Juzo up here with his teammate, the Seer. Try to hold him down. Thankfully, that Seer ability is going to be able to give them all the input they need now to take this fight. But that off-star's big, but the off-scale one-shots are just as big, but not big enough as he goes down, and that's going to be Team LP going down here right in the beginning of the game.
Vai Brother not looking too healthy either, as there's just one person left on that squad. Manette really has to see if he's going to be able to make something happen. He's trying to identify where the teams are. He's going to beam with that 301, getting that player down to flesh. Really good initiative coming out from him. Unfortunately, it seems like the team did have an Octane jump pad to work with. They're going to retreat back to that Corsair area. That does allow him to go and recover this banner successfully. He uses that Giddy Dome just to make sure that there is no shots that are going to rack his way and try and push him from the objective that he needed to get down. They have Spiro respawn that they can take advantage of, but Bane able to eliminate our last game winners, Team LP. But again, we see that same situation where third party has come in and reclaimed the loot that successfully was Bane's in the initiative, but you know, again, being pushed off, being aggressed on, it's just not where you want to find yourself. And Bane, unfortunately, one of their players was eliminated. They have to rotate out, and Lucknow Warrior is the team that is going to take credit for all of the work that Bane was able to do.
Yeah, you gotta hate when that happens. When you take down a team and all of a sudden a third party comes and you just have to retreat basically, and they get all of your loot. But a lot of fights have broken loose so far. And I think that's just the Kings Canyon gameplay, you know. The game style of the map is very fast-paced, very quick, lots happening all the time. Lucknow just trying to stabilize, trying to hold out for the time being. They do have the option to use the map to maybe scan see where all the teams are. They got a little bit of kill points on, so this is really good for them. As this second game has really exploded, really in the second half of it. The second zone's about to close in as well at this point. Hoping for fun, sitting at the top of the watchtower, and they've been here for quite a long time. I think they scanned the beacon, they were able to just hold this position, stabilize themselves, and they're just working to win this game, not really looking for many kills.
Got an enemy out there.
As they scout out the valley.
Definitely have to look at aggressing of this team, and that's exactly what they do. The call has come out. Alex taking that initiative, taking that aggression as they start to move to this point of interest that they want to take over. They've seen the team, they know what they need to do, and it's all about executing that flawlessly and hopefully capitalizing on any fight that is to come out of it. But, you know, on the other side, we see SimpHub bunkered down, still within the zone, scouting out, making sure that they know exactly what's happening. Utilizing that 301 with that 1 to 2 times just to identify if they can make a safe rotation here. You know, they got some KP, they don't need to do much more because they definitely want to play for the win here. That's how you're going to maximize your points. You don't need to be too aggressive, you don't need to put yourself in a position to lose this game. As we switch back over to Hopping is Fun, trying to identify where that team had gone, seeing if they can clear their backs, make sure that there's no rats lurking within the zone, any late rotations coming in. They need to start putting some damage though. They need to get that damage, and they need to level up those Evo shields. As we can see, fights breaking around all over the map. XCM being one of the takers in this fight, and it seems like Xenon, the last remaining player, the Octane, is just trying to run away, get out of dodge, but is unable to do so as he is going to be eliminated, and that's XCM out for the count in this game too. 9 squads, 22 people remaining. Root finding themselves maybe perhaps in the third party potential here. They need to reset, they need to get that health up and make sure that they are ready for this next fight. It's like Gibby Alt has coming down, deterring the players, getting the damage, getting the cracks. Is there something that they're going to want to initiate on?
Yeah, and what I've noticed so far is the skill level of the lobby seems pretty even. I mean, we saw Team LP going down to the hands of Bane, and then we saw XVM going down to the hands of Wood. So it doesn't really seem like there's quite a team that's really dominating the lobby. So it's going to be a pretty interesting day once everything settles down at around about game 4, when we really see who is the top dogs in this lobby. But as it stands, pretty equal. Everybody's pretty matched up well. The zone's gonna be closing in a few seconds, and a lot of these teams that are hugging the edge are gonna have to make their way in and find a spot. That watchtower area is still available as well, so if maybe there's a team that's trying to plot a rotation to get onto that high ground, that would be really good for them. But now we're gonna make their way in to the next zone, hoping that nobody's really in the front of them. Composition changes that have been kind of interesting as well. I think we've seen a few more, you know, bloodhounds, especially. I think I saw, you know, 3 bloodhounds that were scrolling by. 2 many bloodhounds on World's Edge, and the Seers obviously still a really big pick, as well as the Gibbies, and that name is detrimental to the team of Hopping is Fun, and they're just caught on the edge here. Nothing much they can do. It's just sword left. Solo Seer has to do something for the squad, but somebody's pushing in right away. Oh, you fist up your gun! And he goes down to the hands of SimpHub.
TDF just finding himself in such a precarious position as SimpHub, able to utilize the advantage of the terrain to clean that up relatively quickly and very easily, considering they didn't seem to take too much damage. To switch back over to Bearded Ninja, your boy, your Bloodhound, with that charge rifle in hand, just laying out that damage, leveling up that Evo shield, and look at that damage, 777. Oh, that is beautiful to see. But they seem, once again, to have the KP that they need. Right now, it's all about position, it's all about that guard spot, it's all about making sure you just put yourself into that top 3 position at the very least as they start to make this rotation.
The rotation is on. You spot rounds close to them in that little compound. Vai Brother in a bit of a tough position, getting held out by an opposing team on the outside. But the 2 will be able to stabilize. They've been able to survive for quite some time. But they're getting red push! What can you do in this situation? Did trying to bait his teammates here, but it's not gonna be enough. As the rev push is just too strong. And they're just outnumbered. And Save Apex, please, are running rampant in this lobby. They've maxed out their kill points at this point, if I'm not mistaken. So all that's left for them is to win this game. And they've got a really good position. They're able to scout out a lot of teams from this high ground over on the watchtower, as they just try and stabilize and regain their health and get some more loot to work with. It's going to be a pretty open-ended zone as well, ending towards that river. And teams are going to have to find a way to creep their way in. 5 squads left, 13 alive. Lots still happening in this second game.
Game 1 was interesting. This is even more interesting. It's absolute battle royale carnage left, right, and center as we see Ravi just throwing down those wingman shots. Isn't a few connecting, but he's still farming that much damage, trying to level up that purple to a red Evo shield. And you know, we've spoken about Evo shields in the past, Tendo, but with the addition of Evo shields just being stock standard, not being able to, you know, pick up shields that are capped, it just opens it up to, you know, the skill of these players to lay down that damage, to level up those Evo shields, and just make it so much more skill based than initially it was when you had the RNG of just finding different shields across the map. So really great change that we've been able to see over the coming years that Apex has been released. But again, just looking at the teams, a lot of teams posted on the high ground, but as you said, that zone is very open, and it is on the low ground for the most part, except for this small little section here that you can hold on top. But it seems like a team has been spotted in front of Lucknow Warrior aggressing, trying to see if they can spot out the players that they need to initiate on. The Gibby LT being thrown out, very aggressive. Lucknow Warrior just gated by this limb like this, got 1k out of there, able to connect it with the Arcstar to do remaining damage on the second player. 1 player left remaining of the squad, as they are able to spot him out and find him. That is gonna be the elimination coming through. So 4 teams, 4 squads remaining, 10 players left, which can only mean that it's a 3v1 perhaps. There could be one lonely rat just lurking away, and that is, you know, that's still something. That's still 1 player left in the game that's going to be able to make up all the placement points that that team may possibly need. But looking at the current standing of the map, looking where all these players are based, it is going to be extremely difficult, considering 2 players are vying for 1 position playing for that house. They're sharing for now, but I can't imagine that's going to last too long. As we see Lucknow Warrior spotting out one of the players. They're raining down fire. They want to keep this high ground. They know how powerful and useful it can be.
Always key. Star Wars proved that. Like now, just trying to flush out the solo who's on the edge of the zone here. But they're not really in the zone themselves. They're still gonna have to push down this hill. So for now, they're just trying to do as much damage as they can from the top here and farm some more of those Evo shield damages. And you see now, Shadow's able to farm up to a red, which is gonna be really useful for those end game fights.
Target spotted.
And now Wood's actually trying to aggress onto a team in the building here. The nade goes out to try to break the door, but I think direction. Thermite goes in, actually really good Thermite. Gonna be able to flush a lot of damage out here. But how are they gonna be able to engage in this situation? Have to worry about the team on the high ground here. They don't want to be flushed out by the team up top. It's a really tough position. 3 squads left here, and they're all engaged almost in this final fight. Bearded Ninja takes a lot of damage, has to pop a bat. The team's just holding through the doorway. They're gonna push in. The portal's been popped as well, so they've been able to rotate their way out and get out of the situation. So now Woot's gonna be able to post up in this building. 6 hostiles in front of them, so 3 squads. All members are up. It's gonna be a firefight to end things off here in this second game.
Firefight indeed, as Lucknow Warriors still on this high ground. Very, very great positioning coming out from them. They know exactly what they need to do. Unfortunately, we speak about resources. Look how much ammo they have to work with. Unfortunately, 70 shots, 25 in the chamber. That is going to be very interesting, especially going into these later zones, as that OmegaLEl has been popped. They are going to have that Gibby LT available for this final fight here, but it seems the teams made their rotation,
Let's explore this
got
way.
somewhere decent. Unfortunately, Breeze, startup guy, just finding himself in a curious position, considering that they have two teams that can just look down and rain hellfire upon them. And it seems like the duo is going to find it really hard, but they do have a little bit of cover to work with. And it's going to be this, this battle royale triangle that we've seen before so many times, where it all comes down to who's going to initiate first, who's going to take the aggressive, and who is going to come out on top.
Actually being safe, Apex has a really good spot here because they're gonna be able to hug the edge of this mountain for as long as they can and basically force the two teams and Lucknow to fight each other. There goes a Seer ulti, so now their position is actually gonna be spotted, so that's unfortunate. So they won't be able to hide away for much longer. Those also gonna be closing up soon. Seer ability comes in to try and fish a little bit of information, but not much found. Bloodhound scan as well is sent through. The zone's starting to close in slowly. The team up top is going to have to drop, and they have already Lucknow in the position to work. And the CF player comes in, flatline shots doing well. Thermite goes out, and he's going to have to push in to get this kill. Now Warrior comes in, R99 blazing, pulls out the flatline, gets the knock as well. Needs to watch his back because Wood is going to be trying to aggress onto this position. Can he get the armor swap in time? Does get the armor swap as well. They're going to be able to stabilize things. There's still one member left on Save Apex, please. How is it even possible? Everything's breaking loose here in the final zone, but it does look like Lucknow is going to be that team in a good position to work off.
Lucknow was able to do so, but it seems like the luck is run out. There's only 6 Warrior remains, and it seems like he's going to be eliminated, and Woot taking game 2 with style. Absolutely intense gameplay that came out. We see them coming out from the Gibby. But look at that. Things just changed in a split second when you think one team changes so quickly. I mean, that was incredible. That was the game finishing. The game win that we wanted to see. We wanted to see how these boys were going to battle it out. And it was interesting. LP, not seen in those final 3.
Yeah, it's they got knocked out quite early on in the game, and it just goes to show with Apex it's really about consistency, because you can go from winning one game to absolutely getting bottled the next game. And I think at the end of the day, what happened in that final zone was Save Apex Please pretty much was the griefer to the win of Lucknow, because Lucknow, being the team that was immediately above them, had to take care of them first before they could engage with Woot. And what ended up happening was Woot was just there spectating these two teams absolutely go against each other, and they just waited for the right opportunity to come and swoop in and clean up the game. And I mean, that's how you win games in those kind of situations. So it's unfortunate to see both Lucknow and Apex Please not walk away with a win there, especially with how well they were playing throughout that game. But you can't take anything away from Woot.
No, you can't. Not at all. I couldn't agree with you more. And it was interesting, again, when we speak about Save Apex Please, Team 7, that was being replaced. Unfortunately, one of the teams wasn't able to make it, so they were replaced by Save Apex. And Save Apex coming into Game 2, their first game of the day. I mean, look at the statement that they were able to make. So really great initiative coming out from that team. And it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to do and how they're going to carry it forward going into Game 3. And, that was Kings Canyon. World's Edge, Game 3. I mean, we're going back. We're going back to World's Edge. We're going back to where all of these players have a point of interest that they like to land at. And, Save Apex, maybe they have a spot that they prefer to land at, and it could be contested. So it's going to be interesting to see if there will be a congestion going into Game 3. But, I mean, Game 2, it was even more exciting than Game 1, and I'm just so excited to see how it's going to turn out going into Game 3. But, I mean, Tendo, based on the Apex that you've seen today, based on the teams and just the game style that you've been looking at, and the composition changes, you spoke about it in Game 1 and going into Game 2, the immediate composition changes. Do you think you're going to see that going into Game 3?
Yeah, I think, There's definitely a specific legend composition that works better for King's Canyon versus, World's Edge. And I definitely think, after Seer was introduced, I think the Bloodhound meta is definitely dialed down a bit on World's Edge, but it's still very prominent and works really well, I think, in King's Canyon situations because of how close and condensed the map is, I'm talking about. So sometimes it's not that useful for Seer's special ability, at least because of how many people are going to be stacked on top of each other. There's not as much room to play with, but his ability, his ultimate ability is really, really good. In any map, right? Because you just get so much information.
All about that information. It's the small little corrections that matter. And speaking of a correction, I'll make a correction on these Pro Series motherboards that you can purchase. The link is down in the description. You are guaranteed an Amazon gift card that you can obviously use on Amazon to buy any peripherals or any other components that you're looking to build up a beast of a gaming PC. So please go check that out. The link is in the description below. But we hope you guys are having an amazing time there, and we are so excited to get into Game 3 and see how all of these guys are gonna, and how all these guys are going to balance out the lobby, and all the changes that are coming through in terms of compositions, and again the map change, how it's going to affect the points of interest going into Game 3. But we're going to go straight into an ad break, get all these players warmed up and ready and into the lobby, and we'll see you guys for Game 3. Or not, though. Nintendo, it is interesting that we again have seen the Seer gameplay just being so prevalent, especially going into these later stages of the game. So Seer, we have to speak about it. As a competitive hero, do you think that it's going to be something that's going to be nerfed or looked at in this upcoming next rank split?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because when they released Valkyrie, I think a lot of people were quite happy with how Valkyrie was released. I think probably one of the most balanced legends they've ever dropped on Spawn. Balanced saying that they're either not completely trash, like Fuse, who they have had to rework a couple of times to really make him a little bit more prevalent and get his selection rate a little bit. I think the way Seer has been released is definitely quite broken, in the sense that his one special ability is like 5 different abilities. I almost forgot to mention that you get flashed as well, if you get caught in that. So now there's all these things that just start to stack on top of each other. And I don't think we've really seen a legend with this many abilities of the beginning. Maybe Horizon was a good one to maybe compare back to, but even Horizon was a little bit more balanced in competitive play compared to how Seer has been. I think Seer is just a nuisance right now, and a lot of people want to get Seer off. I'm sure if you keep track with a lot of Apex Legends Twitter, a lot of pros are pretty upset with how Seer has been affecting the pacing of the games.
Definitely the pacings indeed, but I'm flabbergasted. I'm blown away by the play style of some of these players. Absolutely incredible. But speaking of that, we are going to just go to a short break quickly and get all these players readied up into the lobby and get ready for Game 3. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Oh my word, that was so fun to watch. The way that those teams played it out, especially and save Apex, man. Save Apex. First game on, and they came in blazing. It was incredible to see how well they did, considering that they went in blind. They didn't know what they were going to expect, but they just pulled it around and they made it happen. So, they may have not won the game, but they definitely made a statement, and hopefully that statement is going to carry through into these remaining games as well. But that monitor, Tendo, that is a beautiful monitor. That M27Q 27-inch QHD. Oh, I've got to get me one of those. Someone has to show me a link to that so I can get one of those. They're absolutely beautiful monitors. But taking away from the monitors, taking a step back and looking at these games, Tendo, these scores, that's what we really want to see. We definitely want to go and have everyone is placed right now, because looking at this match summary, woot! 12 kills, 10 points, 16 total. That is something that you cannot shy away from. Lucknow Warrior also with 11 points. 11 kills, 9 points, and 15 in total. And save Apex, please. The team we were talking about just coming here, guns are blazing, also matching that 12 kill and getting 14 points total. I mean, this is what we spoke about, Tenno. These outlying teams, unfortunately, some of them still not finding their footing, but that is definitely a statement to be made.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting to see, from 11th to 20th, you see the likes of Team LP, the likes of BOOMSQUAD, who were actually in the top 3 in that first game, right? So it's maybe it's the Kings Canyon that's shaking them up. Maybe now that we go back towards the edge, we might see those teams pop up back in that top 3 spot. Maybe, save Apex, please, is here to save the Aorus. Them, unfortunately, they did come in third place in that last game. But Lucknow Warrior, really good play from them. I think they did well to hold their ground, and they played it as well as they could, considering how Woot was basically reading the majority of that game. And I mean, look, SimpHub as well managed to string up quite a few kills, So in terms of kills, most of the kills were shared amongst the top 4 of that lobby. And it's going to be interesting to see whether on World's Edge will there be a little bit more of a kill distribution, or will these teams still be hugging up all of these kills?
Definitely, it's going to be interesting. Definitely interesting. And again, we speak about World's Edge. It's a map that most of the lobby is familiar with, except for Save Apex, please, because they unfortunately only got into that game too. But the way they've been playing, the way that these games have been playing out, I think there's definitely room for them to grow. But a lot of these teams that just weren't able to get a point on the board, there's still room. There's still another 6 games at least to be played. Sorry, at most to be played here. So they're not out of it yet, and it doesn't seem like a lot of these players, they still got to get comfortable. You still kind of game 2, you're still shaking off those jitters. You're still considering going into it, but the overall scoreboards and the standings is where it's at, and that's what you have to look at. You can't be too deterred right now. You still got to find that footing. But again, we speak about compositions, and the way that these compositions, the Gibbies being extremely favorable, especially towards these end zones, and we can see how powerful they can be. And the use of that AltXL at the end there definitely put them at a standing advantage, being able to throw down that LT and make use of that composition that a few teams weren't able to use. So it's going to be interesting. It definitely is going to be interesting to see what is going to be happening in game 3, and if these teams are going to choose to stick with their composition, how they're going to play it going into this third game.
Yeah, definitely. Composition is going to be a very big talking point in this one, because you get those teams who have kind of practiced one comp, and regardless of what is happening in the lobby, they will stay to their composition. You get those teams that, stay to their comp and maybe have 2 practice compositions that they're really comfortable with, and they aren't really afraid to switch it up if it feels like it's not working for them. And then you obviously get that third category, that third tier, who will pretty much play the entirety of the day, you know, swapping and matching and just working out what is working best in the lobby to counter some things. You know, a really big thing is, for instance, let's say there was a lot of Watsons in the lobby, bring out the crypto, right? Because the crypto ulti will ultimately destroy all of those Watson gens, you know what I'm talking about. I think the same thing is said with a lot of seer. There's a lot of seer in the lobby, so you definitely need to see Gibbies. And it's an interesting, you know, fact that I'm saying Gibby, because I think what seer does is it obviously leaves you very vulnerable, as the team knows exactly where you are. At least if you have that dome as an extra form of cover, you aren't as exposed to all the information that you're giving out to that team when you are inside that bubble. So it's obviously, you know, there's a mixing and pairing and matching of what is going to work best against a lot of the legends inside of the lobby. And I mean, working back towards Edge now, it's definitely going to be a little bit more of a slower, more methodical playstyle. I think on Kings Canyon, we saw a really big explosion of action. I mean, almost the entirety of the game.
For sure. And especially considering the format that these players are playing in, you know, they're capped at 6 kills. They cannot exceed 6 kills. Even if they do, those points will not be awarded to them. So, you know, it's less the game, or this current format and the way that this cup has been structured is, you know, you can't, aggression isn't always key. You know, you're not going to be playing as aggressive as you want to. You want to be getting to that late game. You don't want to be finding yourself getting caught off guard too early, considering that, you know, most of your points are going to come from those placements, especially first all the way down to 6th place. So it's very, very important and imperative that, you know, you pick a composition that can withstand, you know, throughout the test of time, throughout these games, and get yourself to that late game, get yourself those placement points, because that's what crucially is going to matter going into, you know, the later stages, more like game 5, game 6, because that's where it's truly going to matter.
Yeah, and I wonder if fatigue is going to play a big role into these players. You know, I think, you know, fatigue is one of those things that a lot of pros have to spend a lot of time playing the game to kind of overcome, right? Because you get into these match days where you are facing 8 games of Apex Legends, you know, and each game is going on for about 20-25 minutes, you know, if it's fully played out. So that is a lot of time to be concentrated, right? You know, because you have to be focused that entirety of that game, because any little mistake will, you know, guarantee that opposing team a little bit of room to work off and work onto your team. So it's definitely going to be, I think after game 4 is where we'll truly see who are the real competitors in this Aorus Cup here, because I think still, you know, teams are feeling each other out. And I think after they each get to play on the maps twice, I think that's when you start to understand how everybody's playing in the lobby. So I think we're going to see a very competitive game 5 and game 6 when we get around that corner. But I mean, obviously right now we're looming over for game 3. And Cinder, weapon-wise, you know, I think 301 flat lines. Haven't seen too many shotguns besides the EVA 8. Do you think there's a big reason why the EVA 8 is still really, really powerful, even though it got a nerf recently?
I mean, you know, they didn't exactly change that fire rate too much, so, you know, it still is a powerful gun if you can obviously hit your shots clearly and hopefully upper body. It's still something to be reckoned with. But as you said, you know, a lot of these players, they may be more comfortable with these carbines, with the R301, with the flatline, which is able to output damage both close range and, you know, in the situation when you're finding yourself trying to find those little nooks and crannies. And less so, we've seen less players, except for us, I would say, that last game, being so aggressive and jumping onto each other. But speaking of jumping onto each other, all these players are into the next game. We are ready for our game 3. It is going to be interesting because we are back on World's Edge. The new revised World's Edge Season 10 is going to be hella interesting as all these players starting to find their footing. So I think one of the talking points that we need to talk about is obviously Save Apex, please. Do they have a landing spot, a point of interest that they had chosen predetermined, or are they just going to try and filter in, see where everyone is landing and try and find a footing there?
Definitely. Beautiful graphic we have here of the map and where some of these players are going to be jumping. Reduces SimpSquad here at the countdown. Unfortunately, they have 2 disconnects. Am I seeing that correctly? Should I wipe my eyes? Oh my goodness. It is just all up to water for now, at least. Hopefully the two members will be able to reconnect just in time. But speaking of reconnecting, there's a different kind of disconnect here happening, and it's a disconnect of the team as one of the players goes down in a fight in one of these early games. And it's at Tree where everything is breaking loose here for PAWNRS, and they need to regroup the two of them now to try and take this 2v3 up together. Loot-wise, it's not looking too good for them, but hopefully this devotion is going to be enough here for Mirror, but it's not enough. And he goes down, and it's just up to Afro Soul, who also just gets cleaned up in the process. And starting off game 3 there for PAWNRS, not so well. And it's Apex, please. And
we spoke about congestions and how it can just kill your gameplay straight off the start, and if that isn't a prime example of that, then I don't know what is. Just finding it so difficult because you're immediately taking that fight and you're already finding yourself on the back foot. You're relying on the RNG of what's around you, what you can scrape up and get together quickly to try and take that fight. And sometimes you're outgunned, sometimes you're just relying too much on the luck of what's around you, and they were just unable to make something happen there. But cracked team, look at them. Unfortunately, the deadly duo that remains here, we have Redevil and Samus Live. So it's going to be interesting to see what these two can do. You know, obviously, again, we spoke about this match point format. It's not about all the kill hungry players. You can play this a little bit safer, play for those placement points, because ultimately that's what's going to get you the furthest. So, you know, two people is, you know, 2 heads may be better than 3. We'll have to see, as they have spotted out a team that re-firing out there. Unfortunately, none of the shots being able to connect. A high ground player is on the emergence as they start to identify where they're going to go, how they're going to play this. Do they want to take this fight? Can they disconnect? You know, they do have the utility to do so. They have the likes of the Bangalore Smoke. They do have the Octane to be very speedy, as you see that Flatline coming out. What a beautiful skin, but it's a Rev team and they're in the Revolt as Redevil was just caught off guard there. 2 of the players had pushed onto him and he is going to be eliminated out. It's all up to Sam to see if he can make something happen. Yeah, he does spot out one of the players, is not able to send him back, so the deadly duo unfortunately being dead straight off the bat there, as the team, or Gamers Club, making a statement.
yeah, big statement for them here. They've almost maxed out their kill points, if not already, coming in there with the kill leader. And after that fight, it does seem like a third party has loomed in, so they won't be able to really capitalize off that loot. And Save Apex Please is making their way towards the Harvester side here after cleaning up that original fight that we saw them in Tree. And it's like they're listening to me on stream. Hazel Watson, ready to play. I wonder exactly what their plan is here, because they're going to have to play some quick rotates and find themselves a spot in the next zone. This isn't really one of those compositions where, you know, you'd really want to be caught on the edge fighting. But let's see how they do, how they work as they try to work their way in. 14 squads already. So we've already lost 4 of our members in this game 3. And things are starting off fast, but it's starting to calm down as they make their rotation in. I kind of miss that big laser beam that was shooting out from Harvester Cinder, you know. Sometimes if you're unlucky, you know, you'd land in it, you know, from the dropship, and then your team ends up dying, or you get graced with the chance to see a team dying from it. But now, that's just over.
Very much so, and you know, it's kind of a good thing, because there were some griefers back in the day, and unfortunately you can't always control the jump master that gets picked for you, and he can decide, yeah, maybe we just caused a little havoc around here. But it seems like Lucknow Warrior finding a good footing in this match. They have the likes of Skyhook, it seems, all to themselves, and they have that crafting ability. They're going to be able to craft all the necessary resources that they are going to need to carry through to that late game. So really great initiative coming out from them, utilizing, make sure not all 3 players are on the craft at the same time, so they are able to swap and trade out and, you know, maximize their looting speeds and maximize the time that they need for these rotations. And speaking of rotations, Woot rotating to this high ground just above this no-name here, and they have spotted out the players. The charge rifle rattling off, farming that damage, unfortunately not connecting as well as, and I'm sure Bearded Ninja would like it to, but the scan has come out. They're just identifying, they're playing around, they're not taking this too aggressively. Considering their composition, they can change that. They can utilize that Octane to jump off that high ground and try and get a better position on these players. And speaking of Octane jump pad, one has been utilized from the opposing team that they are fighting. And once again, you know, we need to make the decision. Are they going to continue to aggress on this? Do they want this KP this early in the game?
Charge rifle is a funny weapon, honestly, because sometimes you hitting like 90s and you're absolutely a menace to the opposing team, and sometimes you're just like a fly buzzing around them, hitting them for 4 damage here and there. So hopefully Bearded Ninja's gonna capitalize a little bit more of that charge rifle. It's gonna be good as well to level up the shields for his teammate there, End of Days. But speaking of teammate, one of them goes down, the Octane player, unfortunately in a tough situation, as well as End of Days, and it's just Bearded Ninja who's on this ridge watching his teammate get massacred here by XZM, and unfortunately not much they can do in this position. And they're going to be able to just clean up these kill points nice and easy. If I'm Bearded Ninja, I'm probably backing off from this and maybe hoping to recover those banners. But the zone's also pulling in quite slowly. But it does look like Manu gets jumped upon from a Rev team. I didn't even hear that Rev team come out of nowhere, basically. And they're in a tough position now. One player's down. Bearded Ninja still in the zone. Can be a threat in this situation as well, you know, to third party. But now it's just a scramble for XZM as this Rev take push has just been called upon them.
Just shows the power of the Rev team, showing how incredible it can be. And you know, we speak about audio, but you know, with the utilization of a jump pad, it's basically airborne. There is no footsteps to be tracked. There is nothing that you can basically hear, because once they're airborne, you're just going to find yourself getting launched upon, and that's exactly what happens. And All Gamers Club just utilizing that Revenant to its ultimate potential, and it's just, you know, it's great to see. You know, as unfortunate as it is, you know, they are maximizing what utility they do have and making sure that they can just jump on players. As soon as this ulti comes up, they find a squad, they make a play, and if it works out, they get what they need and they get out. So, you know, really, really great initiative coming out from them. But on the side of Ravagers, they are holding up this fragment building. They do spot an outlying team. Shots are going to come out from this flat line. More than enough ammo to deal with this kind of situation. You don't want to expend too many resources though, because you may find that you don't have many more going into that later game. But I'm sure they have full idea of what they're doing, as they do attempt to rotate out of this building. They want to find a more secure position in the zone, and this is very, very much the game that all of these players need to be thinking about. They need to be making these early rotations, getting to these guard spots, reading these zones, and making sure they're in the most pivotal, advantageous spot going into the late game.
Yeah, I love these overview shots. Gives us a really good indication of what the stakes are for a lot of these rotations, and stakes isn't a big thing that you always talk about with the rotations, but there's definitely high stake rotations and low stake rotations. I think you can agree with me on that, Cinder. I mean, any rotation in and around fragment will be extremely high risk, because there's always lots of teams rotating in that area, and I think a low risk rotation will definitely be like towards the top of the north, or down south in like Lava or Climatizer, where there's not going to be too many teams. So this high risk rotation here for Ravagers does pay off. They find themselves in a really good spot in the zone, and I like how you know, AD is utilizing the heartbeat sensor, just always ADSing, always looking around, trying to get any bit of information. Because what's good about the heartbeat sensors is not only does it show you like the heartbeats of the, you know, the opponents, but it shows you audio cues as well that a little bit further to see than the heartbeats sometimes.
It's a great initiative coming out from the Seer, and you know, that is the Seer you want on your team, the active one, the one that is playing for all that proactive information, which is just going to help you get further along than you could if, you know, you didn't have that Seer. And that's why we see Seer so rampant in these games, is because he's just such an all-around good hero to have on your composition. And speaking of composition, a Pathfinder, that is something I have not seen in competitive Apex for a very long time.
Yeah, I think the age of the fridge has come to a close. That's a really good pun, by the way. Anyways, Pathfinder not really selected that much. Definitely, you know, I think a lot of legends have. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Dusty, you better grapple in and out of there. Thankfully, he was playing Pathfinder in that situation because he just dropped in to a world of hurt. But his team is here to back him up, and they'll be able to just stabilize. They have the high ground to work with, so it's actually a really good fight for them to be taking in this situation. But there are a lot of squads in and around their area, so they do need to be careful. Shots rattling off, but not quite connecting here for Dusty. They do have the zip line here to maybe make a play, to maybe advance themselves, and it does seem like they're the only 2 squads in this area. So for now, they will be able to engage in this and not really worry about a third party looming. But the zone is looming for both squads, so they need to be able to clean this one up fast. And this Arcstar is going to be menacing, but not menacing enough. But more nades are coming through. Bane of their existence at this point for Bid Gaming. They just try to hold this high ground and try to hold off this rotation of the team in front of them.
That's Seer Blast coming out, making sure that all the information is on the favor of BOOMSQUAD as one of the players tries to rotate out, gets a little bit of chip damage coming his way as another player now being forced upon gets cracked. This is go. This is where BOOMSQUAD needs to make this hurt. They need to capitalize off that crack that they were able to get, and if they don't do so quick enough, they might find themselves on the back end here, as we do see Snug taking up a lot of damage there. Unfortunately, Fridge going down. Good gaming. In a very, very disadvantaged position here. One of their players eliminated out across Deadshot. Last 2 players remaining. They are going to see what they can make happen here. Unfortunately, it seems like not enough damage is being outputted. They are able to down 1 player, but unfortunately Chaos is going to get traded, and it's all up to Deadshot, and Deadshot just unable to make it happen. Fatali, a casualty of that war and a third party looming. They need to be careful. They're fully aware of the third party. They have disconnected. 2 of their players made it out. 1 player, unfortunately, unable to do so. We go to Geyser. Geyser, extremely heated right now. 3 teams finding themselves in this area as one team is starting to take that aggression. The other team just looming, waiting for that potential third party that could come in and is going to come in. There's a lot of players just rattling off shot. They are on top of each other. They are doing work right now. Save Apex, please. You need to save yourself. You need to get out of dodge, but I don't think you're going to be able to do so because the third party has already come. 2 players, 2 squads remaining of this fight here. Team LP, Revenant LT, Octane, they go up, they take that high initiative. They see 1 player has been spotted out, and Save Apex Beast has been eliminated. These are free KP, literally free KP in the hands, and they are able to just do work. Take it away, take everything you can, because they have just made an absolute massacre of this situation.
Oh, but Lucknow's here. Lucknow's here to end their luck streak at this point as they use their own totem against them, and this is why it's so dangerous playing Revenant sometimes, because just as good as that ulti is for your team, it can be just as good for another team, and it's going to be really unfortunate if the team does get ran down, but it does seem like they were able to back off just enough to get away for now as things start to stabilize. And there's a big congestion of fights here. You can just see it's a graveyard of death boxes at this point, as this part is going to be really contested, as it's going to be leading towards that end game. And BOOMSQUAD is still on the outskirts of this zone. They still have to plot their rotation. Luckily, they do have the banner now of Vitoli, and there is the team of XZM in close proximity. They do need to be careful. Heartbeat sensor does give some good information, because now they know they ain't entering there, and it's a free spot to be playing in. They're gonna have to be ready for a fight. Maybe, just maybe, they might be able to get a res off. You know, maybe they have a Moby. There is a bit of loot they might be able to distribute. Woot now making their way into Geyser just as well after that crazy fight we saw them in. And there's another fight breaking loose. It's Ravagers. It's only Venom left. PK shots not quite connecting. It's all he's got left to play with. 2 people in front of him trying to hit as much as he can, but nothing is going his way. This reload animation. Oh, the animation. Why? Why the animation?
That's just the reality of the situation. In real life, you're gonna have to reload that gun, and it just is what it is. And unfortunately, Venom did what he could. He did as much as he possibly could, but it just wasn't enough to fend off the old Gamers Club. Going back now, Lucknow Warrior seem to be absolutely utilizing their time, knowing that there's no players or media threats close by. They are ferrying all the loot they can into this building, which is definitely within the final zone, definitely within the grasp. So just making sure they have all the utility they could possibly need going into the final stages of the zone. And you know, the zone ever encroaching, getting smaller. Zone 4 about to close in 40 seconds. 7 squads, 18 people remaining. A lot of people just not finding their footing as early as I'm sure they would have liked. A lot of players not finding themselves in the buildings where they might need to be just to get much closer to that later stage of the zone. But BOOMSQUAD, XEM, both with 2 players up, need to make their decision, need to make a call.
Calls do need to be taken. As 0-2 looks into this building, does spot somebody looming there. And that's going to be the team of Woot, if I'm not mistaken, who are close by. And it's LP, the lost remainders of LP, let me say, rather. They find themselves in a tough situation here. Zero's going to take so much damage from all the nades flying in and out, and it's just left up to Warrior, who cannot fight any longer as it goes down to Shavaz. And it's Bane's coming to be the bane of their existence in this situation, as they're able to clean them up and work their way into the zone. And I think we're going to see a lot more fights on World's Edge in this tunnel, considering they've also, you know, kind of extended it and added that little bunker up at the top there. So a lot more fights probably on these geyser rotations in that tunnel. Woot still in a good position to hold the zone in. They do spot a team in front of them. That is going to be the team of XZM, if not mistaken, and or a different team actually, but an ulti is going to be thrown down to try and flush a couple of people in front of them away.
Flush indeed, but in hand, K-Pack's weapon, the alternator, the deadly alternator that we've seen do so much damage. Easy for Karan trying to make something happen there. He is able to get that armor swap. The alternator doing work. He's going to be pushing onto the Seer, and they are able to clear their backs. They are clearing underneath them. They are making sure that there's no one that's going to contest them or stab them in the back. But now they need to focus forward. They spot the team in the opposing building. They have that Bloodhound scan. They can utilize it, and they have done so. Noticing that there is a team in front of them, they need to, but fights just breaking out all around the map here as we see 2 teams going at it at the top of the building there. 2 Revenant ultis. All Gamers Club seem to be holding their own, but maybe not for too much longer, as one of their last remaining players is eliminated. Lucknow Warrior taking advantage of all the carnage that is going on right now as Raven Gangs, unfortunately, goes down. Shabazz, Sick Warrior, last 2 remaining players, trying to identify where their threat is, trying to identify what they need to do to get their boy back in. Still resable. He's going to go for the res. It's up to Sick Warrior to give the information, give the audio. They've done so successfully.
Yeah, thanks, Shelly.
Lucknow Warrior looking in a very good position to win this game.
Yeah, they were lucky enough to have that gold backpack, so they didn't really have much to worry about. Alternators has been shredding people in the hands of Bearded Ninja at this point, absolutely going on a rampage. And, you know, sometimes you think to yourself, like, why did they put the alternator in the care package? And then you see gameplay like this and you're like, oh, all right, that's why. 3 squads left, you know, full squads as well in this situation. You can just see Bane still holding the tunnel. Lucknow making their way down from that building that's no longer in the zone. And the team that does have a bit of real estate to work with is Woot, who have been holding things down on this edge of zone for quite some time. So it's going to be quite a hectic firefight once again. 3 squads. That Battle Royale triangle you were talking about in the previous game, Cinder, here again to make a vengeance.
Vengeance indeed. And the Seer, or one of the Seers, is looking for that information. End of days. Karan taking way too much damage than they should have, that they would have liked, I'm sure. But they seem to be safe. Hostiles above them. Could it be the Rev team? Could it be the initiation that they just don't want to happen? This is the triangle we speak of. We speak of who's going to be the team to initiate and who's going to be able to clean up the scraps, as we're just trying to hold it down. Unfortunately, both teams just trying to edge them on, egg them on. Nade coming out here. Alternator in hand as well. Sick Warrior. The information is there, but they need to be careful. There is a thorn in their side. They need to make sure that they don't play this far too aggressively. They don't take too much damage. They don't take a casualty, because that is going to be their dreams of winning this game done and out. Lucknow Warrior holding this top section, making sure that they can hit at least one of these teams and make sure that they have the utility going in. But Ravagers just taking way too much damage, and unfortunately he is alive for now. Unfortunately, Causes curse, he's going to be eliminated, he's going to go down. This is where all the carnage is about to outplay, as Shabazz, Sick Warrior, the last two remaining players, they find themselves with some cover to work with. But end of days also have Karan down. It's a 2v3 situation. The team of three sitting in the tunnel. Bane's just biding their time, waiting for an opportunity to rise.
Yeah, Baines is doing really well here to hold a good spot here to deal as much damage as they can from a distance. But for how much longer they're going to be able to work from there, as Bearded Ninja with the alternator does so much damage towards them. But Bearded Ninja himself needs to calm things down. There's just so much happening in and around the battlefield. Shabazz is able to take one down on the opposite end. Woot's trying to hold things as long as they can, but Bane still has a full 3 up. They still have so much utility to work with here. Lucknow as well still up. They can still fight. It's actually going to just be the team of Woot in a really big disadvantage, but look at Bearded Ninja with the alternator shot swooping in, doing so much damage, but for much longer. It's Lucknow. Lucknow have one down. Bane's full 3. Is this going to be the end of the game? Is Bane's going to be able to clutch it up? PK shots shooting from Alpha, but not enough. Shabazz has to go into the queue. Last player alive, but not enough here as Bane clutch it out.
Woo! My goodness me, what an ending to a game 3. The deadly triangle, the deadly trio that we were speaking about. That is just, I mean, that was some exciting stuff coming out from Banes. Again, just utilizing that time, utilizing the aggression from both of their end parts into their advantage. And they were just, I mean, it was beautiful. It was poetry in motion, the way that they just made sure they didn't engage too early, made sure that they didn't interrupt something that was going down. But, you know, we speak about that aggression. Was it right? Was it a good idea for Lucknow to have aggressed the way they did, to have taken that position, to have taken that initiative? Because it didn't seem to work in their favor.
Yeah, it definitely was a tough rock to play from, you know, and I think that's what happens sometimes when you've got all the cover in the zone, which Lucknow had. A lot of teams will actually tend to aggress the team with the best off position to try and get that spot, and that's exactly what Baines did. And ultimately, it led to their downfall as soon as Woot was also trying to get involved and cause that third-party trouble. Unfortunately, not really able to capitalize much towards that end of the fight, but Baines did so well to, you know, work the rotation in. They worked off the edge, and you can definitely see why they had the Gibby on their side, and the Gibby worked so well for them, you know, towards that end. And they were able to clutch it out and, you know, ultimately win out the game.
Absolutely. And Bearded Ninja, the way he was playing the angle so well, he was trying to hold back Bane, he was trying to hold the angle on the other team that they were trying to aggress on. And, you know, we got to give it to him. The way that he was playing that was to perfection. But unfortunately, they again just didn't have the utility, didn't have the composition that was able to come out on top. And, you know, again, early aggression in such a deadly trio, especially going into the final zone, in such a really precarious position. You know, Kaiser is open. Yes, they had the rocks to play with, but that is still quite an open field. You cannot find solace anywhere if you don't, you know, position yourself correctly. And that final zone, that was incredible. It was incredible to see all the teams going at it the way they did, but Baines coming out on top. It's definitely going to be interesting to see what that scoreboard is looking like. But is there anything else? If anything, Tendo, is there something you would say to the lower, I would say the lower echelon of the scoreboard? Anything to these outlying teams that are just not able to find their footing, especially in this early game? We see, you know, the likes of being eliminated really, really early, first team to be eliminated straight off the bat, contesting once again. Is that something that we should be seeing going into game 4? Because it's getting late now. It's game 4 we're talking about now.
Yeah, I mean, game 4, halfway mark. So pretty much after game 4, you pretty much got almost a trajectory of who exactly is dominating the lobby. And I mean, we can already see which teams are, coming up on top at this point. Lucknow, Wood, Exium is popping up here and there as well. So it's as one of those bottom teams, you just have to give it your all, I think, and it's tough because it's not them playing World's Edge again to kind of read how that World's Edge game went. They have to go onto a King's Canyon game and now read how the King's Canyon game is going to go from, 2 previous games ago, which is going to be very, very difficult. But you definitely can't count it out just yet, because at the end of the day, with the format, with 6 kills being the cap, you still have that opportunity to pretty much catch up even towards that later stage of the game. Maybe you find yourself down now, but all of a sudden around game 6, you're back up, to the top of the leaderboard, and you're close to match point or maybe on match point from coming from the bottom, just off, a good game 4 and a good game 5. And then, you're in that conversation to be winning out the day. But you definitely maybe have to try experiment with a little bit of your compositions if it's not working, and maybe swap roles as well, because a lot of people don't always swap roles. A lot of players tend to play the same roles that they're used to, but maybe one player will fit that role a little bit better on your team. And without experimenting, you're never going to have an opportunity, because you can't be experimenting at after game 5, right? Cinder, because now we're closing off and there's no time to experiment.
Definitely. So it's going to be interesting going into game 4, and we'll definitely bring you all the action as best as we possibly can. But for the meantime, we will be taking a short intermission, taking a little break. Stretch your legs, get your popcorn, and if you guys are enjoying the stream, like it, share it, show your mother, your brother, your kids, your cousin, show your friends. Trust me, this is getting heated. These games have only just started, and I cannot wait to see how it's all going to play out going into King's Canyon on game 4 right after this break. And we are back, legends, and we are so excited because one of the greatest things to happen throughout the tournament, unfortunately, we are running a bit long. We are very sorry for that. So anyone that has been here since the beginning, we are trying our best. Unfortunately, not everything, Rome wasn't built in a day. We'll put it that way. Easiest way to say it. But some exciting changes have happened. The kill cap has been removed, so it's no longer a kill cap of 6. What the players get is what they are going to get in terms of points. So 1 point, and 1 kill equals 1 point. So if a team decides to, going to be interesting because they can excel and push themselves all the way to the top of the leaderboard. Unfortunately, one of the teams has, it is Team Woot, who was our lobby leaders at the time, but that does not take away from the rest of this tournament and the rest of these teams that are going to battle out for the prize pool of 5,000 rupees for first place, 3,000 for second place, and 2,000 for third place. So money on the line, games on the line. Tender, are you ready to get into this next match?
Yeah, and I mean, those teams that were, farming 12 kills plus are definitely going to be excited to hear that the kill cap has been increased, and it's definitely going to speed up the process of the day. So I would imagine probably after this game, we'll have at least one team close to that match point threshold. Game 5 plays out, and then probably looking at around game 6, we might be able to wrap things up. Of course, we still will be playing a series of 8 if nobody does win on a match point, of course. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Woot is out of the picture as well. So now there's one less threat for these teams in the lobby. Looking at the likes of Lucknow, maybe they can emerge, and come up on top in this situation. Cinder, I'm not too sure what you're saying. What is this? Game 4. So we're going back towards Edge, if I'm not mistaken. Or are we going to Kings Canyon?
No,
Kings
we
Canyon.
are going to Kings Canyon.
Kings Canyon. Yes, sir. So now the squads are going to have to adjust from that World's Edge game onto this Kings Canyon game. So now, especially after this long period of time and this long break, I think a lot of people's heads are going to be reset and ready to get going when we enter into this game. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be a very, very exciting, fast-paced game, especially after the players have been kind of just cooking and boiling, ready to come and emerge into this action.
Absolutely. It's going to be exciting, and we want to see, that's what we want to see from all these teams. We want to see the aggression. We want to see all the power that they have and everything that they construct their stuff. So I'm expecting a lot more aggressive pushes that are going to be coming out here. A lot of teams are less likely going to be playing for those placement points at the end of the game. We were talking about the placement points a little bit readjusted, 10 points for first place, 9 points second place, and so on and so on. But as less likely. Oh, that's what we want to see from these teams. That's what we want to see going into this game 4. And we're going to hop straight into it as we are looking at this beautiful readjusted map of Kings Canyon. And let's see where everyone's going to choose to land. Are you expecting any hot drops coming out, Tango?
Yeah, I'm not too sure if any hot drops are going to come through. One less team in the lobby does mean one less contestant, but I do see 2 teams on that north side of the map kind of steering towards each other, but one is landing in artillery. So thankfully everything seems to be good in terms of contesting. Ravagers making their way to that old faithful airbase that's been in the game for so long. So in terms of Kings Canyon changes, what would you love to see changed on the map? There've been lots of changes. Obviously coastal treatment was added recently, and the likes of capacitor, as well as that new crash side towards the top. But maybe some of these old tried and true places, the runoffs, the air bases, maybe the bunkers need a bit of a change as well.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I think once you start to dismantle all of these places, you start to take away from what the origin of the map was originally. So you don't want to really lose that authenticity of what the original kind of feel for the map was. I mean, at that point, you might as well just create a new map, right? But, there's a few changes that I think you can still make. Obviously, adding a few little elements here and there and changing a few would be interesting to see. But you know, places like this airstrip area, which is, you know, it's tried and true. I don't think if you can't really change too much about it. You know, you still have that high ground. You can obviously go up onto the glass there on the dome area, and you can scout from there. So a really contagious spot to be if you do find that the zone pulls towards this area, which I don't think is the case in this game one right now, as we do see, you know, Prawns just looting around, just making sure they have all the utility and everything they're going to need to do. As we see SimpHub also making their rotation, going underneath this. Oh, it seems like the Seer has spotted out a player. He is pushing, trying to aggress, trying to get more information for his team. Kobe maybe just overextending, maybe a little bit. They seem to be chasing down what seems like only one player. I can only see one heartbeat coming out there, Tendo.
Yeah, and they just look like they're gonna try flush this player out. Does get an armor crack with the Q, so they're gonna try to work over this. They do know he's gonna be running towards the market area. Would he be running them in to the rest of his team? I wonder. But for now, we'll tune back into Ravagers, who are outside this airbase area where we saw them making their rotation. A couple of teams in the area that they're trying to get away from, but for now, they'll be fine to continue their loot path. Loot not looking too great on their side. They do have that one blue armor, but for how long is that going to be until they get into a fight where they're going to really need that armor advantage? They are popping an alt excel as well. Look how many teams are in the area, so it's really, really dangerous, this rotation that they're taking, but hopefully they don't get caught off or choked out too much. I imagine we're going to see quite a number of fights here on this side of the map. And speaking of fights, the Rev totem has been popped already all the way on the north side of the map here at the crash side. It's Startup Guy with the R301 in hand, trying to lay down some fire here as they try and work this team.
Definitely working the team indeed. And save Apex, please. One of our favorites that we've been speaking about, you know, came in game 2, guns blazing, and did extremely well. And if we're talking about, you know, kill cap being taken away, save Apex, please. I mean, they've put nothing but double digits on the board since the beginning, so we're expecting great and big things coming out from them. And it does seem like this team that they were aggressing on has left, but Bid Gaming also finding some victories around the map here, as they have eliminated and flushed out that one player, but only a duo, unfortunately. But save Apex, please, still aggressing onto this team, still trying to make something happen as they spot the player behind them, and he's going to aggress on. He's going to use that Octane Q to get that initiative. He's able to crack the Octane. He's pulling out the wingman. He's able to get the damage done, and that is going to be the likes of that team eliminated. And it seems with no casualties at all. One casualty, but he's going to get res, get back, come and heal up, and they're going to make their way into zone. So really good start coming out from Save Apex.
Good start, good points. And there is 14, well, we started with 15 in the lobby, so in terms of getting those placement points, it's going to be a tad bit easier. Bid Gaming, outside bunker, seem to find themselves in a bit of an engagement, but they're able to stabilize as the duo here. And they're going to have to try to play things slowly. At the end of the day, it's still about being consistent. It's still about trying to get as many kill points as you can along the way. Seems like there's a bit of a congestion there outside of bunker, so maybe a couple of fights will be breaking loose. We do see one team all the way on that side, where the gauntlet is one in this little compound as well. So rotations are going to start heading in, start coming through from a lot of these teams to get towards that end game position. Old Gamers Club here in one of the compounds in Kings Canyon, the many compounds that we find in Kings Canyon. And now PAWNRS in this bunker taking up this fight. Need to be really careful not to get pinched from behind. But thankfully with that Seer, they'll be able to get any heartbeats that come from behind them, so they can really much just focus in front of them. At least the two players can, while one tries to watch their back.
And speaking of areas that you wanted to change, this is definitely an area I would love to see demolished. It is Caustic Haven, and it's not easy to always fight in here, considering it's such a narrow gap and you get bottlenecked so quickly. You know, something like a nuclear strike on this place would do well and open it up, maybe make it like a little crevasse where these players can trench through, because this is a horrible, horrible place if you find yourself pincered in or captive by two teams. But PAWNRS not in that situation just yet. Revan Altony, I did hear Some interesting audio cues coming in, but PAWNRS, again, making their rotation, trying to just find some solace somewhere.
Yeah, trying to find a bit of a home, a bit of a nook to live in. It's just like Sam is the only one uncracked. So unfortunately, the solo game is the only way for him. We did have a couple of issues with a couple of these players connecting in the beginning. So if you do see a lot of empty slots, just know we are working hastily, the admin team, to try and rectify some of these mistakes. But for now, everything is calmed down. Everybody's making their rotations here. It does seem like Save Apex is on a rampage once again. Rev Ulti is doing them such justice as they're able to collect as many kills and be as aggressive as they want to without really suffering too many casualties. But now Rev Totem is down. Can actually just play this one normally. They're looking to aggress this team on the building. Jump pad is taken up there as they try to work up on this squad. Wraith does pop the Q, but for how much longer are you going to be safe in that void when there's the startup guy starting up that R301 behind your back?
Very, very true. And that Rev Heirloom looking mighty fine, I might say. And hopping is fun. Just holding this airship area, this 76 as it were, as they do spot the team. Obviously taking a little bit of fire, taking a little bit of damage, charged rifle shots coming their way. But, you know, they got the hard cover to work with. They got everything they need as round 1 has come to a close and the beginning of round 2 begins to tick along. But I hope hopping is fun. We see the flatline just taking a little bit of pot shots, just trying to level up that Evo a little bit by a little bit. Easy does it. But, yeah, it's... seems like, you know, a lot of the aggression that we were expecting from these teams is coming out from, you know, certain teams. We see like Save Apex Please just being absolutely dead on aggression and taking it to every single team that they've seen so far. So if we're expecting some big names here, Tendo, what would be, who would you say is going to be your favorite going into these following matches?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the likes of Lucknow, who seem to have things in order. I think Baines as well, you know, coming off that one win that they had. We're probably looking out for them in this one. XZM was also performing. They've also tried to hold themselves quite well. I remember BOOMSQUAD rather, also did pretty good in that first game, but have kind of been quiet. And maybe now that Woot is out of the picture, there's again that opportunity for teams to try and capitalize some of these kill points. LP as well, definitely a team that we saw doing well, but they found themselves in a bit of an unlucky spell thus far. They're on this rotation. Zone is a little bit far from them. They are hugging the edge of the zone. Thankfully, with that Gibby, they will be able to maintain this kind of playstyle and this rotation. It's funny because with the Octane, they're kind of replacing that Wraith role with something that's a little bit quicker to use. I think, you know, the one thing that I'll take away from making Wraith such an A-tier legend or S-tier legend is the fact that her portal takes forever. And sometimes you just need to just throw a jump pad and get out, right? Which I think sometimes Octanes are better for in that kind of situation. But now Save Apex Please are not stopping their reign of terror in this lobby. But it's Startup Guy who seems to be taking a lot of fire. Thankfully, that portal is there to get him out just in time to pop a bat.
Oof, the aggression coming out from the opposing team, just putting Save Apex back on their feet, pushing them back and making sure they know that they can't run away with it just yet, as Ravagers heating up here. One of their teammates, unfortunately, is down and out and cannot be recovered. They have this Octane pad to work with as they do, again, continue to scout out their surroundings, try and identify who is the outlying teams that they need to worry about. They do spot out play. A few pot shots coming out. Not raining supreme just yet, as Venom looking, spiking, just waiting for an opportune moment that they can use to aggress onto a better position.
Yeah, lots of teams in the area as well, so the third party is looming for any of these fights and they need to hold themselves down well. So far, Save Apex Please is doing well to hold the top of this high ground and just get a full spectrum of information that they can use to work themselves in this fight. The one team is backing off completely, which is probably the right call from them. considering there is a team ready to third-party Ravagers, are just waiting for an opportune moment to swoop in and collect up the pieces. But for now, things are settling down over here at the runoff as the teams seem to just back off and end things in a bit of a stalemate. The zone is closing in. Zone 3 about to show us exactly which teams are safe and which teams are not safe.
Not safe indeed, but again, we spoke about this airship area, this area that I unfortunately said that wasn't going to be in zone, is a very prominent area for most of these teams, a very safe haven for most of these teams, and we see the utilization of the different levels that can be made use of here. Bane holding inside comfortably. See two other teams on the outlying side also just trying to get a rotation, and Alex taking a lot of damage, but I'm sure he's going to be alright. But save Apex, please. They want to go again. The ulti is up. The ulti has
I
been
always
procced.
have his ulti, I swear, dude. Every time.
Man is proccing those revenants. He's proccing those ult exiles, but he is going to be the first one sent back, as North Breeze and just that are just looking to get into there and try and do as much damage as they can. They've done enough, but unfortunately no knocks yet. That caustic barrels making very good use, not enough use as they would have liked. As Alpha is going to go down, Blank to follow, and it seems like Safian is the last remaining player. He does gain one knock though, evens out hopefully. Could be a 1v2 situation right now, but Bane, unfortunately, the bullet in his back, the res coming out, the startup guy just looking so good today.
Yeah, really good. Save Apex, please. In this situation here at runoff, they've just held their ground so well. They're getting kill points, they're getting placement points on top of that as well, the longer they stay alive, obviously. And they just work well together. They just have the synergy. And speaking of Rev ultis, here's another one coming in from Venom as they try to work themselves back inside here to try and take this fight against Save Apex, please. But who's going to be the better Revenant team here? I'm putting my money on Save Apex, please. But the shots from the window here are good from Venom. But for how much longer are they going to be able to aggress this? Get sent back almost immediately. And now they have to try stabilize and hold things down. AD in front, though. They're holding opposite angles, trying to give each other as much information as they can. The next zone is closing in. We still have 8 squads in this lobby. I'm sure a lot of these squads are probably making their rotation in towards this side of the zone. Very open-ended zone as well, if you can catch a glimpse over there. So a lot of squads not really going to have a home to work with, just a whole bunch of dirt.
Very much a whole bunch of dirt. You know, a few rocks, a few little cliffs and ditches to work with, but not too much, as we do see a raid portal has been made by North Breeze, or Northern Breeze, as teams just trying to idolize, trying to find out where is going to be a good position to play, as we see Save Apex taking that portal back, re-aggressing onto that spot. It's going to be a jump back and forth throughout the raid portal, just trading damage as much as they possibly can. Another team looming on the other side there. We see XZM just seeing if they can maybe proc into this, maybe just tag their way in, but crack the last player, one player with a Kraber, with a dream. Is he going to be able to find a player, land a shot, and make those dreams come true? But even if he does get the knock, he still has 2 other players that he would need to deal with. So Crack just being in a very advantageous position on that high ground. Venom taking a lot of damage, has to return back, drop down. The Kraber shot rattled out behind him. He's been able to close the door. He's going to have to proc that bat. His teammate can hold off any offenders that are going to come and try and take him down. And it seems like they were able to do so successfully. They're still in it, but not healthy, not looking too good here. And I think their time is numbered.
Indeed, their time is numbered soon. But they're holding things well. They're not looking to really get involved with a bunch of the fights that are happening in and around their area. Sam's still holding the top there with the Kraber, and now the team of Save Apex, please, needs to be careful. The Kraber shot comes out, but misses narrowly. And thankfully for Justin, they'll be able to rotate just on the edge of this rock. And you can see that zone is pulling a lot of these squads away from that run-off area where they were fighting. They need to try and work more towards the pit side where that cage is, because all these buildings aren't going to be in play for very much longer. XZM have held up ground quite well in this situation thus far. They've been getting some kill points as well. Still 8 squads left in this affair. The zone is about to close in, and there's that rampage, gold rampage as well. Deadly weapon this is. It's kind of interesting that they've categorized it as an LMG. Whenever I get it in passing play, it always feels like a marksman rifle with how you can just single fire some of those shots and do so much damage with them.
Very, very true. In the right hands and the right capability, anything can happen. Especially considering a golden rampage with those golden hop-ups just adds so much more to it. As we see a lot of these teams starting to having to make the rotation as the zone is closing. All the seers singing. You can hear all of those abilities going open. This is going to be interesting because a lot of these players have to find another place to play. They have to make this rotation. They have to do it quickly while at the same time trying to defend themselves from being gated, and that's exactly what's happening to XZM. Unfortunately, 2 of the players have gone down. Manu, the last remaining player, unfortunately getting shots in the back. He needs to try and get to some kind of cover, something to work with, but he seems to be debating on his decision. He's made too many wrong choices, and this could be his final demise if he doesn't get the battle. If he is able to do so successfully, it seems like the aggression has shifted as they do spot out the players, but 2 players drop onto him and take him out. That is going to be their likelihood of winning this game out to the likes of Team LP.
Team LP been doing well to gather these points. They're fishing up as many kills as they can. Save Apex, please. Back again. The Grim Reaper of the lobby. Here he comes, startup guy. Flatline in hand. What can he do in this spot? This raid takes a lot of damage, but pulls out the Eva 8 and absolutely wrecks him. Oh my goodness, that is so unfortunate. Eva 8 is so powerful in that situation, but now save Apex, please. Able to stabilize, get all this loot, and the whole thing's down. And they're looking good to win this game right now. I mean, they're definitely the biggest force to be reckoned with in this lobby. Will the Death Totem be up just in time for these final fights? There's still 4 squads here in this zone. I wonder where all these squads are, because none of them are really looking to aggress. Where Save Apex Police is on a really good spot here, but the flatline shots are good from Startup Guy. And things are starting to go guns blazing all of a sudden as things start to pop off.
Very much so. They're still finding themselves in a very cozy position in the zone. One with this hard cover to work with this little bit of jump up and down, this popcat gameplay that we have seen in the past. And Save Apex, again, you know, you spoke about it, you know, they're being the lobby leaders right now, just dominating and showing what they have to do, as we see PAWNRS trying to do the exact same thing, but that with the white armor versus red is not exactly in your favor as they do spot players coming down. And we see Sam still in this. The lonely rat was able to get a Kraber shot onto not just Ed Fox but Alex as well, and that is going to be 2 eliminations coming out from them, but he does get traded out, so Sam is out for the count. It is just the 3 teams remaining. PAWNRS have found some solace in the zone. In saying that, unfortunately, Mirror does go down. Afro, Dante, the last 2 remaining players trying to hold it down. Jump pad has been put down. They are going to try and get out of dodge as quick as they possibly can. Afro still looming. They jump straight into the waiting arms of this enemy team. One has been eliminated. Alex to follow. Dante just doing absolute work with that 301. He gets the armor swap, but his teammate has gone down. It's a 1v3 situation. Play Apex versus Dante for PAWNRS. Can he make it happen? Unfortunately not. So that is going to be your game 4. Your winners. Save Apex, please.
Please, please, please. Stop revving all over everybody. And clean up the lobby, but really well done to Save Apex, please. I mean, the synergy on the team is superb. You can just see they've played with each other for a really long time. And I mean, damn, those Prowler shots at the end to get the double. I've never seen anything like that. That was so clutch towards that end part of that game. But I mean, look, Save Apex, please, we're just dominating the entire lobby, start to finish. I mean, from the moment we saw them in crash side all the way into the beginning, making their way into the runoff and holding their ground, they were just cleaning up the lobby left, right, and center. And I mean, there were a lot of teams there that we can, accredit to. I mean, especially Sam, solo player, Kraber in hand, doing a madness. We didn't really get much, screen time for Sam, but I mean, probably did as best as he could. Team LP as well were looking really good. But yeah, Save Apex, please. They're just top.
Definitely the top dogs. Definitely the top dogs. That's what everyone is going to be looking at. They're going to have a target on their back because, I mean, from what we saw throughout that game, they were just almost in every single fight with that Rev ulti up every minute. Every time that Rev ult was up, they took full advantage. They pushed and they pushed and they pushed. So we can definitely expect to see them getting some high numbers. And I wouldn't be surprised if they are not our current lobby leaders, but it is going to be interesting to see if they can maintain that going into game 5. But what a game 4! What a game 4! It's going to be interesting. Game 5. Going back on towards Edge, Tendo. That's where we're going next. And considering, unfortunately 3 teams weren't able to make it in the lobby, so there weren't as many points to go around. Are we going to see a lot more aggression going in towards Edge?
Yeah, I wonder as well, because there's so much aggression in that Kings Canyon game. I mean, we didn't get a chance to basically breathe. There's this action from the beginning all the way until the end. And I think that's just, a credit to Kings Canyon gameplay. And I think that's why so many people love playing pubs on Kings Canyon, because it's so fast-paced, it's so in your face. Sometimes can be a bit detrimental for these competitive environments, but it's definitely good for the teams that are able to, hold their synergy, like, Save Apex, please, and work with each other throughout the end of that chaos. I think on World's Edge, maybe we'll see a bit of a crackdown and a slowdown of, that play style, because the map is a lot bigger and you don't get as many charge towers. I think a big reason why Revenant is so powerful on Kings Canyon is because of those charge towers, right? Because you get that ulti almost instantly. And, when you have end games like that where there's a charge tower right there, you'll definitely see the Rev come into play a lot more often. But Gibbies have been kind of clutch for a lot of teams so far. That Dome saving a couple of people here and there. But I don't know, man. It's tough for me because I'm bent on Wraith and Octane right now. I don't know if you are as well, Cinder. Like, who's been more useful so far for these teams? I think Octane, because Wraith here and there, the portal has been really useful. But then I think Save Apex, please, has both on the team, right? They're just going full on aggression.
I mean, you can't take away from the amount of Octanes that we've seen. We've seen jump pads everywhere, high flyers. That's the name of the game right now, and you can't take away from the fact that Octane is a prime composition hero to be running right now. It gives you that aggression, it gives you that escape. Also, from a solo perspective, if you're finding yourself as a lonely Octane, you can maneuver and utilize all the things around you in your environment to have superior movement to just try and dodge and weave your way out of fights. So I think all around, to not have an Octane in your composition is it's interesting, especially considering that the Wraith, unfortunately, had been nerfed about 2 seasons ago. Sure, animation to her Q is a lot more, I think, a 1.5 second delay before she can get into the void, which makes her a little less susceptible. The length of her portal also being nerfed, so trying to get those advantageous spots or take over a position has become a lot harder because you have to be closer, and therefore you might find yourself in a position outside of where you would be safe. So I would definitely say Octane right now, definitely looking like the superior legend to be running in a composition as opposed to Wraith.
Yeah, and I think it's because if you look back to, OG competitive Apex, the Watson, Wraith, Pathfinder meta, you got that verticality from Pathfinder where you can go up and down and the Wraith would pretty much cover that horizontal axis with the portal. So what's happening now is with Octane, you have all those options. You can go really far forward or you can go really high up, right? And you kind of cover that movement, axis completely. The only issue is obviously you are a vulnerable target when you are on those jump pads moving at a slow velocity, obviously. But it definitely does work for quick rotations and to get out of situations where things are a little bit stickier, where you can't really rely on popping that Wraith portal to get you out quick enough, because sometimes it's just that one extra second that gets your team killed. So obviously moving on to to World's Edge, I think Octane is definitely really, really useful, right? Because it's so much bigger than King's Canyon, right? So you need to cover as much ground as you can. In my opinion. So I think for me right now, just based on how the lobby is looking, I'd say the golden composition is probably Revenant, Octane, and Gibraltar for me right now. I think that's the composition that everybody should probably be running to compete in this lobby.
I mean, you can look towards changing a composition. There's definitely a likelihood and a possibility, but again, you just take away from what Save Apex Please has been able to do, and they joined in late. They weren't in game 1. They only joined into game 2, so they've been here for 3 games. 3 games, and the 3 games that we have seen from them, they've been able to just rank up and just put so many dead bodies onto the ground. So, as much as your composition is useful, it also comes down to your synergy as a team and how you guys are going to play together, what your IGL is saying, how you guys taking these rotations, are you getting comms from your teammates, and is that all going to tie together in one nice big wrapped up present that's going to be able to give you that win at the end of the day. And it's all about positioning towards that end game. When all is said and done, when you don't have as much to work with, it comes down to how good is your skill, how good is your aim, are you going to be able to lock it down, and can you position yourself in the best way possible to pull out the win at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I mean, just to clarify for anybody that missed the beginning of this game, the kill cap has been removed. So, I mean, all those kills that Save Apex Please, the likes of LP, all those teams, those kills are going to be counting towards the leaderboard right now. So they can definitely be pulling, far ahead of the pack. And I mean, one more game into that match point position. As you guys can see, we've only got the scoring and the placements of, obviously first place is a maximum of 10 points, and the kills thereafter will count as 1 point. So now is definitely one of those times where you need to come into game 5, and it's more than halfway now, obviously, coming into game 5, and you need to evaluate how all the teams have been playing, what the play styles are like, because now coming into your 3rd game on World's Edge, after you've had a few bouts to feel out the atmosphere, you definitely need to have a solid game plan coming into this one, especially if you want to capitalize on the kill points and the placement points, etc., etc.
Very much so. And it's going to be interesting. It really is going to be interesting. I'm very much looking towards game 5 to see if there is going to be that one team that is going to put it away. Is our outlying teams, and unfortunately one of our teams again, Woot, will not be a part of that, and they were our lobby leaders. So the storyline has completely changed, and there's definitely room for growth from any team that wants to take up that mantle, that wants to push to the absolute best of their ability and try and close these games out. And you can't take away from the fact that these players, they're playing for money. Money is on the line. There is 5,000 rupees for first place, second place with a generous 3,000, and third place with 2,000. So, with money on the line, that changes the game. The whole entire game changes when there's something to play for, when there's that added pressure of, if you don't get a certain amount of points, if you don't play your cards right, you've lost your chance at getting that money. And that's something you can't shy away from. That added pressure, especially in a format like this, it just makes it that much more difficult, and especially you can't take away from it. You know, we haven't had many Apex lands, obviously, due to the pandemic. But when those do come back, this pressure that you are getting from all these online tournaments is just going to kind of build your stamina, build up all of that courage that you need to have when it comes down to, you know, the real thing. Like when it comes down to those big tournaments like the ALGS. Would you like to touch upon that, maybe, Tendo?
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, if everybody, you know, the ALGS, the Apex Legends Global Series, is obviously the official circuit that Apex Legends hosts, you know, all year round for everybody. The preseason is coming up very, 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 very soon here in September. And they've changed up the way it works. You know, now we have a pro league and there's a challenger league. The challenger league is for more of the players that aren't used to the competitive style in Apex just yet, and maybe want to get that entry into it before they enter the big leagues with the big pros. But I mean, look, we've been speaking about money, and one thing about money is sometimes you gotta spend it, guys. And don't forget, you can get one of those Pro Series, you know, motherboards and get yourself a Amazon gift card, guys. So make sure you go check that out in the description. That promo is running right now. Make sure you check out the monitors as well. You know, it has that KVM switch. You basically don't even need, we were discussing about this, you know, behind the scenes. You don't even need a PC anymore. You just got to buy the monitor, right? We all have cell phones, plug and play, and you're good to go. That's all I'm going to say. So definitely make sure you go check out the ALGS and check out those promotions that are running in the description.
I couldn't have said it better myself. But in the meantime, we are almost finished getting the rest of the players into the next lobby, ready for our game 5, as it were. Game 5, we're just blazing through this right now. It's absolutely insane. So we are going to take a short intermission, and we'll be right back with you guys. So get some popcorn, get some drinks, and get everything you need, because we are going to bring you all the action going into this game 5. Oof, that is a beautiful looking graphics card. I need to get me. There's so many. I watch these ads and I need it. I need it. I need it all because like I feel like my setup is just never gonna be good enough until I have all of these amazing components that need to work with. But Tendo, back to Apex, man. Back to Apex. We just wrapped up game 4. We're going into game 5, and it's quite interesting with the revision of the scoreboard. All of the teams have been given the points that they were, initially have earned throughout. So with the 6 skill gap, we are going to look at our final standings, and our final standings are looking absolutely saucy with one team that has reached match point eligibility. Save Apex, please. The outliers, the newcomers at 53. Tendo, can you break down the rest for me?
Yeah, obviously Luck Warrior then comes in. Just a bit unfortunate for them. They could have snagged a couple more kills in one of their games and also been match point probably at this point. Obviously Woot is currently out of the equation, so our next up third place would probably be a Team LP, who are also just falling a little bit short then after Bane's XZM. So no surprise to the teams that are there at the top of the table. These are the teams that we've been talking about throughout the day. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Save Apex Please says, all right, guys, thanks for coming to watch. Here's the end of the day. And they wrap it up right here in this next game based on how they played in that Kings Canyon game. But then again, it was a Kings Canyon game. So maybe their World's Edge game is just not as good as that, right?
Very much so. So it will be interesting. But again, like the way that Save Apex is playing right now, it's you can't take away from it. They are absolutely dominating, and they are taking every fight methodically and analytically and just making it their own. So it would be really good to see them be able to take away the win today, and not taking away from any of the other teams, but they are definitely the standout MVPs right now. And if that's anything to go by, it would be interesting to see if these teams are going to now take a hold of that, take that information and go, okay, there is only one team that's on eligibility right now. There's only one team that is standing between us and the first place and the prize money that is available up for grabs. So, they are, again, as we say, going to have a target on their back, and it's up to the rest of these players in the lobby to identify that and identify when is an opportune moment for them to capitalize off some tragedies or fight that Save Apex might find themselves in.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Save Apex at the same time, right? Because, I mean, you watch any match point format, ALGS, whatever tournament it may be, when you've got that bounty on your back as the team that could end it all right there, and then everybody is going to be diving on top of you. So I wonder if they're going to change their composition, maybe to shake up the lobby a little bit, or if they're going to play what they're doing best with, right? Obviously. And you have to also think to yourself, like, they came in after missing game 1 and their match point already, right? So there's definitely something to speak about on that point. So it's definitely going to be tough. I want to see the teams of like XZM pull up, Lucknow pull up, LP pull up. I think it's their time to shine if they really want to pull this game in their fate and in their hands. Or else this Aorus Cup is going to Save Apex, please. At this point, at least. But hey, guys, don't forget, it is still a series of 8. So if Save Apex doesn't win this one, we're still gonna go for another one and another one after that, and then only that 8th game will we really be able to decide if no one has won on match point just yet.
It's going to be interesting if it does come down to that. But, with the likes of LP, with the likes of Save Apex, and there's some hard hitters in this lobby, and there's definitely room for potential, room for growth, and definitely a chance for all of these teams to make something happen. And if you are finding yourself that team that is on the lower echelon of the leaderboard, the one that might not just make it, play your hearts out, get the experience. You can definitely always take something away from nothing. And if there's anything to be gained, it's definitely experience. We've seen this in so many different lobbies. We've seen time and time again the 20th place team just getting more and more experience and going into various different tournaments. And after a certain time, after a certain threshold, they start to just prove themselves. They start to utilize all the knowledge that they've gained throughout these tournaments to just, correct little analytics, little things that, you know, they maybe were doing wrong that they were finding themselves getting caught off guard with. So if anything, you can definitely take away the experience.
Yeah, and you know, it's one of those things where, you know, you're investing your time into, and if you keep investing your time into something, you know, the results will definitely show. If you are finding yourself at the bottom of the, you can always pop off, you know, and bring it back as well. That's always an option. But here it is, World to Edge, our tried and true competitive map in the Apex Legends circuit. Is this going to be the final game here of the day on Game 5? Will the team of Save Apex please end the day? Did you see what I did there?
I did see what you did there. That was smart. I'll give it to you. I like it. I love it. But we are going straight on to Team LP. They are our Game 1 winners. They are a team that could possibly contest this late game. But look at this. We see a Revenant, we see an Octane, and we see a Seer. So the only difference in composition right now is the Seer. And that Seer could provide useful to Team LP here.
Could definitely be very useful for Team LP, but we'll have to wait and see towards the later stage of that game, flexing that Rev heirloom. And I hate the fact that Apex is just like, hey guys, let's give the best heirloom to, like, not to say he's the worst character, but we all know, we all have a certain way about Revenant and getting a Rev pushed. But he definitely does have probably one of the best heirlooms in this game. That Scythe, I'd get it any single day of the week. But now, Lucknow down a player, so unfortunately they're playing this one as a 2-man, which isn't going to be great for them. But thankfully, with a few less people in the lobby, they might be able to just get enough kill points to get themselves into a match point eligible position, and then maybe try recover in this game 6, unless the big bad wolf on the opposite end closes the day off.
Very, very much so. So interesting to see who this team might be finding, as we see Shabazz is a little bit split. Team playing very, very spacious with one another right now, but it seems like it's just a little few trades of shots, just making sure that they know that their team is there and they're sharing this attention right now. As Ravs, it shows a little bit of aggression and gets a little bit of aggression in between, as Revenant Silence has come out. It seems like maybe they underestimated how close that enemy team was, and now walking into the Silence, Shabazz just caught off guard, and he's gone down very, very low. He's going to try and trade out with his teammate here and see if they can make something happen. They were able to down one player, and the thirst has come out. The armor swap surely to follow, and there it is, as we are seeing quite a really good tag team duo that has just happened, as the Seer jumps in, absolutely guns blazing, but not hitting anything, and he's going to suffer at that. And now it's a 2v1 situation. Should be an easy cleanup, and Ravi Gang's just looking really, really good now. Lucknow Warrior. I mean, we've seen them. They've been in a couple of top 3 situations, and they've done well to hold their own. And even as a duo, they still have that capability. So really well played to them.
Yeah, very well done coming in from them there. They played that fight almost perfectly, you know, based on their disadvantage. They didn't even need any gas to hold them off. It was just guns blazing for them. Banes now over here at Survey. Zone is pulling away from them, but they're looking to get in here and get a little bit more loot. Armor Sitch is not too bad on their side. At least they'll have something to get into a fight with and hold up their own. Good old combination here. Eva 8 and R301. Now we tune into the team of Nobody, who we haven't seen much from. And they go down early over here. The Wraith player goes down, so now it's just left to Forbidden and Chili to try clutch things out. But Forbidden's backing off. They're both backing off. They know they can't really win this fight based off the position they're in. The armor is also not too well. They're going to throw that ulti just to get a little bit of information, but the beams from Just Tan on this side, yeah, going crazy. Oh my goodness. They take them down. Lickety split. And there's not much left for the team. Just the lonely player left trying to run away. The Octane player, Chili. How far can you go? Justin wants to take you out of the game, but for now, they're actually going to back off and just wait it out, stabilize, get a little bit of loot, and just let the player run off.
Who else could it be but play Apex, please? I mean, save Apex, please. Sorry. Man, they just show such good form in these Apex matches that we've seen them play. You know, again, just constantly taking that aggression, constantly forcing teams out of place and just making them feel incredibly uncomfortable with the use of that Revenant ulti. And you can only imagine as soon as that Rev ult's going to come up, they're going to go and look for the next fight. And speaking of looking for fights, it seems like BOOMSQUAD not too interested in taking anything yet, as they are just finishing up their looting cycle, making sure they have everything that they need going into the later stages of the game, as we do have the round 1 settling in 2 minutes before the complete close, moving into round 2. You know, with these kinds of zones, Tendo, it's very much, you can take your time. It's a very central zone. You don't have to rotate too early. It's not too far north, not too far south, and BOOMSQUAD noticed that and just utilizing this time to ensure that they have everything they need to clutch out this game.
Indeed. Sometimes it's good to slow down the pace of the game, especially when you know the lobby moves very, very fast. And they're just going to take their time to try get this loot and try post up into a good position here. The team of BOOMSQUAD tuning into Sam doing solo things once again. Maybe finds a Kraber again and can make something happen. Got to commend the spunk and the moxie to continue playing even as a solo when your team is unfortunately not able to make it, because you never know. You just never know what you can, you know, come through with. You don't always have to come first place, you know, to get that money payout at the end of the day, right? Because for those that need a reminder, first place is going to be 5,000 rupees, second place 3,000 rupees, and then obviously third place will be the remainder of the 10,000, 2,000 rupees. So maybe those 2,000 rupees are on the mind of Sam, like, hey, I can make this happen.
He can definitely do so, and I really like his spunk, as you said. Like, he's getting it. He's there. You know, he's you know, teammates or not, he's definitely trying to make the best of the situation that he's in. And you know, if anything, gets the experience, and in the best case scenario, he's going to get some money to take home and put it in his pocket, and he's going to say, you know what, teammates, I did it all by myself, so I don't really need you, and I'm more than happy to take the prize money. But BOOMSQUAD have spotted out 2 outlying players that are on top of that tower area. You know, they battened down, they holstered up, and unfortunately not in zone, so they are going to have to make the rotation in, as BOOMSQUAD is fully aware of that. They've taken the aggressive stance on the high ground, and the beams with the charge rifle, as you said, Tendo, sometimes it hits for 9 and sometimes it hits for 90, because they have got one of those players down who is out in the zone, but I'm sure could get a res here if BOOMSQUAD doesn't choose to aggress onto it. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Both players are suitably set it up, and they are going to be able to get off some heals to just try and bide their time a little bit longer in this game to see if they can maybe make something happen. But BOOMSQUAD, they're aware of that. They know that. They want to make sure that they can at least get these 2 KPs wrapped up in a neat little present and ensure that they're not going to have anyone to worry about behind their backs.
Save Apex, please. In a good spot here to work into the next zone. They want to pick off this fight. They do have the high ground in this position. And there it is, the totem. Jump pad probably to follow, or maybe just not yet. They're actually going to take the portal play. This is quite a coordinated attack here, because they're sending in startup guy to kind of cause a confusion. The other 2 weren't really able to do much, but they've taken the portal in up here. What is this team doing as they come through? But they're trying to make some work here. There's a trade on either side now. It's a big firefight here. Is this going to be the end of Save Apex, please? Does this guarantee us a game number 6 leading into this day? As Baines is on the opposite end, but there's a res getting popped off over here. Save Apex, please, seem to be fine and stabilizing well for now. PAWNRS, on the other hand, in a very, very bad situation. It's just Dante left to run away. Solo Loba. Just pop up the shop. Get a cool drink or something. I don't know what you gotta do at this point.
Get it done. Get some resources, get some food, sit back and relax, because you are playing for nothing but placement points at this point. And PAWNRS, yeah, unfortunately getting demolished quite quickly here, and XVM seem to have dealt a little bit of damage. They just cleaning up what's left of that squad there, just getting all the resources that they would need. XCM, save Apex. Sia, ringing out, save Apex. Again, finding themselves healthy, ready, wanting for this following fight, but they don't have the rev ulti up just yet, as we do see Juzo was able to finish up those two players that were camping in that tower. Team LP have cleared their backs once again, as we said they could and they would. Save Apex, please. Once again, pushing for more advantageous position, pushing for points, pushing for the win, which ultimately can be theirs.
Yeah, at this point, it's actually... It looks like they're going to be making this aggressive play, but I do think Team Bane is underground, so they're safe for now, thankfully. But unless there's a death totem in the works here, it does seem like it'll just be a stalemate on the high ground and the low ground. But it does... Bane is going to pop out from that tunnel, and then Save Apex Please is going to see them. This is going to be a fight to break loose here, and there's the shots going crazy, and Alpha takes a lot of damage, so now Save Apex Please can work off this. But for now, they're just holding the top of the hill. They don't want to give up this high ground, even though they can work their way into the zone. They're jumping right into this one. They're not fearing any of the fight. Thermite goes off. Lots of nades being lobbed there, but Justin goes down. So now Bane's trying to hold up their ground. But for how long can they? One's been knocked out, and there is Thought Up Guy with the flat line. He's just mows them down, and they're out for the count. And Save Apex Please wants to wrap up the day. It is almost dinner time, and they are hungry.
Hungry indeed. And speaking of that flatline, the enemy very much flatlining right now. Nothing left to their name. Bane's being executed out of this lobby by the likes of Save Apex Please, and Chili, his boy Forbidden, also suffering the same fate. But Chili, can he make something happen here? The lone little rat, as it were, trying to rotate. He has successfully made it thus far into zone. Top 10 situation. He is going to get some placement points, but he was spotted out by a player and is going to be eliminated. He was stuck by Samwise, the other rat, the Octane v Octane, the Arc Star to end it out. Oh, Sam, grieving people, and Sam now getting griefed in return as he's just constantly trying to make that run. He has stimmed. Ooh, Sam. Run home, little hobbit, run home. Shame, little Sam. Samwise, I am so proud of you. You were able to make it out of such a pivotal position with a KP to your name, and he's just playing this to the best of his ability as a solo player could.
So it's like a bad horror movie when the observer flipped away from Chili, and then Sam just pops up around the corner. I was like, oh, what's gonna happen here? But Sam does a lot of damage onto Justin, but yeah, it gets cleaned up very quickly there from North, and there's just not much you can really do as a solo when a full 3-man is chasing you down like this. But now it's actually going to be a Save Apex Please on the back foot here, edge of the zone, and there's a team currently aggressing them. But does this team know who exactly is on the opposite end? This portal is really good from North as it tries to get an advantageous position and try to work their way back into the zone. And things are going to just calm down, get steady here. I mean, look at North, 1.2 damage already on the board. They're just dealing out damage here. Team LP towards the side here at Geyser. It's going to be another one of those Geyser finishes. So it's going to be... Is there somebody up there, or they're just lobbing nades for fun? Okay, surely there's people up there. Yes, there's people up there.
They surely must. Yeah, they do have the red ulti if they do want to utilize it, and that's exactly what's going to happen. LP Warrior puts it down. Team LP ready to aggress here, but Smith Warrior holding back, spots another fight that's happening in the distance, forgets to take or delays taking the death protection, which might actually work in their favor, but not, unfortunately, is not going to happen. Juzo wanting to re-aggress this, knowing how much damage they had done, they might be able to make something happen here, and it seems like they've just got non-stop aggression. They haven't even stopped to heal, and it seems like they're just going to keep pushing and see if they can capitalize off that fight. But Bit Gaming also finding themselves in a precarious position as the squad is starting to roll down the hill. The silence coming out, just nearly missing Dusty, as Dusty is constantly repositioning here, trying to find some kind of gap that they can work with, but they don't know. They don't know they're getting pushed by the Revenant ulti, and that's going to be the Seer going down. And Dusty has to try and send at least 1 or 2 back before they can actually make something happen here. But he's had that ulti in hand. He was thinking about it, but he changed his mind. Never mind. He throws it back. Casts his curse. Dead shot. Going very, very low right now. He has to proc something. Dusty has to buy him some time, and that's just not going to happen. Not in the time that they needed. So Bid Gaming finding the latter of this fight right now as Dusty, the last remaining player.
And it's save Apex, please, on a rampage. And this is a similar position to where we saw them win that one game when they first entered, if I'm not mistaken, here in Geyser. So is this going to be where they close things off? Last member of Bid, Dusty. Now just have to play for placement points. Not much you can really do. Didn't seem like the team were able to capitalize on any kill points either. But for now, things are steady for the solo. And probably all hope of getting the 2 teammates up is pretty much lost at this point. And so for now, everybody is just gonna relax as everybody tries to move in to this next zone. And there's lots of teams in the area, and everybody is kind of found a bit of a home to work with, you know, to come into this next zone. We got our 1 solo. I think that's a solo. Second there at the bottom left hand of the screen, just holding out, just waiting for some opportunity. Well, there's 2 solos, right? Because it's Dusty and second. So three teams up of full 3s, and then these 2 solos just try. Oh, he's getting the banners! Oh no, you should have gotten the banners!
Dusty. I don't think that's the wisest decision, my friend, as he is going to be running very close to the likes of Save Apex and the solo. He has done so successfully, but even with banners in hand, Dusty, I just... Oh, no! He has a respawn, he has a beacon! Ah, you might have just put the nail in your coffin, Dusty. People are going to be looking your way, and I'm not too sure if you're going to be able to have as much success as you're wanting. But you are Bangalore, you do have the smoke, you do have the potential of getting your teammates up, which I'm sure just pressuring, and there is the cue, there is Mr. Breeze himself just wiping Dusty out of this and making sure that no one else is going to take away from what they are trying to accomplish today. No one is going to take away the trophy that Play Apex ultimately needs and wants.
Save Apex. Spitfire in the hand of the startup guy. So you know that's going to be absolutely devastating once that thing gets firing up. Taking a lot of shots though. Gonna have to back off for just a tiny little bit. Still 1 solo in this affair. Still 3 full stacks. So it's going to be again that deadly Apex triangle of doom. And I don't know how that solo has been survived. Look at second. They're just vibing. Just like, nah, I ain't getting involved in any of these fights. But it's Save Apex, please. Looks to be getting involved in some fights here. And the XZM has got 1 player down, unfortunately. So now the death token is going to have to be popped to try make a play here, to try save this game, to try keep things alive for the rest of the lobby as well. But they're just getting pulled down by Save Apex from this position. And for how much longer are they going to be able to work with? Not much death totem protection to work with there for Manu. And AVKC still... maybe can make something work with the protection, but comes back in actually a bit worried, probably ending off soon. And for now, it's a bit of a stalemate, but it's just a Spitfire going crazy here for the startup guy. And it's a rep push on the opposite side. Oh, startup guy goes down. It's just in the north left, but they're weak. Is this going to be another game guaranteed for us over here? And it's looking like it. It's just north up. Is this it for Save Apex? Please, it looks like the day has come to reckon here. North on 1 HP, but he goes down and we're guaranteed for game number 6 here. And it's XVM on the opposite end. They've got the full man up. Wait, what? The rest? It came out of nowhere.
Oh, it's a 3v3 situation right now. XZM is about to take this initiative. The zone is on their backs. They have found a closing Xenon, unfortunately not having the help to work with, so he's going to go down. Team LP looking very strong here, looking very fully aware of what they need to do to close out this game, and they are doing so with ease as they do down ABC and the last remaining player to follow. So LP looking really, really good right now, and possibly debating on whether they're going to be in that match point threshold, but they were able to close it out, and they did so successfully. You could see the wraparound as we had that map overview of how aggressive Save Apex being, and maybe a little bit too aggressive, more than they could chew, and finding themselves in that pincer of being between two teams, and it was just a matter of time before their day was numbered. And unfortunately, that is going to fortunately for us, I suppose, and for the viewers, it is going to lead to another game. But unfortunately for Save Apex Please, it is just not enough. They did so well to get to where they were, and I think they maybe just took a little bit more, a little bit more that they could have chewed there, and unfortunately they got eliminated in the top 3 situation. But really good play coming out from them throughout the match though.
Yeah, really good players coming in from there, man. I mean, at the end of the day, it is still about points, right? Because as soon as someone either wins on match point and or, the overall standings are set after the 8-game series, whoever has the most points is still going to be, stacked down according to that. So you still technically have to play in the play style that you've been playing the entirety of the day, and you can't really change things up. But unfortunately for Save Apex Please, you got me saying it now, Cinder. They just bit off too much than what they could chew in that situation. So unfortunately, it's gonna be another game. Game 6 is looming over the shadows here, but maybe this game is gonna be it. Maybe this is the penultimate game for the lobby. Maybe we got a few more people on that match point eligibility.
I mean, hopefully we do, because then that's where the true form of Apex thrives. One team, when you just have, Save Apex Please, being on that match eligibility, it makes it, teams are despondent and they go, oh, we don't have it. But if we can just pull out this game, this is where it really matters. This is where the pressure is going to be piercing through the likes of the people that are on that match point eligibility, Save Apex Please. You could see, they wanted it, they had it, and unfortunately, again, just not able to sort it out. So the team like LP, they definitely have been fighting throughout the whole entire day, and they are definitely one of those rosters that we are expecting to challenge the likes of Save Apex. And I don't think there is a better combination that could do it. And again, they utilized a Revenant, which I don't think we saw in game 1, but they did so well, so successfully. And I think it's definitely possible for any of these teams to capitalize on that and make sure that they can even reach match eligibility. And it is going to be interesting. It's definitely going to be interesting. Do you expect any other teams to be playing as aggressive as Save Apex, or do you think they're going to stick to what they know, stick to being safe, stick to the top 3, and just rotate as best they can?
Yeah, I think that's a very tough call, because I think you can kind of attribute the playstyle of Save Apex Please to that of Ranked is Harder, that was competing back in North America back during the previous circuit of the ALGS, who were pretty much running through lobbies as well, just going at it over and over and over and over again, and just causing this much pressure on the rest of the lobby, who were trying to play, that Scrim-esque play style of slow-paced and picking out the right fights, etc., etc. And sometimes it can really be detrimental to the rest of the lobby, who maybe just aren't on that same pacing, to deal with it. Thankfully for everybody, Team LP was able to, I think, kind of match that speed in a sense, because we also see them rotating a lot, not really staying in one place, and they're looking for fights as well. So definitely it's one of those things where I've said this once or twice in some previous casts that I've done, where if you're on the track field is running in front of you, it's often said it's good to kind of copy how those people are running, because then you're almost able to catch up based on how their technique is and their pacing. So maybe take a note of that and try what Save Apex Please is doing. and just run at the lobby. It might just be the play style of the day.
I mean, it does seem to be. It seems to be the winning one, considering how much points they were able to put on the lobby in such a short amount of time, especially being at the disadvantage that they were. But, you know, we can't take away from the rest of these teams and what they have to offer, and we just need to see them take that aggression to a new height. And instead of running away from so many unlikely winnable fights, you need to stand your ground. You need to be able to hit your shots, be confident in your ability to, you know, basically face the lobby. So it is going to be interesting going into a game five, my apologies, going into game 6. It is going to be, you know, something that's going to be important to see. We want to see that scoreboard. We want to see who are going to be the teams that are eligible, if not, you know, not eligible, and have to try again defend their honor as much as they can against the lobby leaders at the moment, which is Save Apex Please. But we'll do so after a quick short break as we finish getting all the players into the lobby, and we'll get the next game underway shortly. And we are back, Tendall. Back-to-back games, back-to-back Apex on this lovely Saturday afternoon leading into evening, actually. And you know what? The games have been insane. The games have been insane. The players have been insane. The fortitude, the stamina that all of these players have had to go through today has just been nothing short of incredible. So, huge shout out to them, as well as the production and the admin that have just been working tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure that this cup is what it is and what it is. I mean, what is happening right now. Like, it's, it does take a lot of time and a lot of things to set these things up, and eventually we get the final product, which is this. And I myself personally, and I know I can speak for you as well, have been enjoying yourself thus far, enjoying the Apex that we've been able to cast, and definitely looking forward to going into game 6. And I think what's mostly interesting to me is there any other teams that may or may not be in match point threshold right now?
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see what the overall leaderboards are looking like, and who's ready to basically cap us off here potentially at this game 6.
I think let's have a look. We should just go straight into the scores and see who is going to be in that league of trying to get that match point eligibility. And look at that. Woo! Those are some big name teams, the teams that we've been looking out at all day. Save Apex Please with 73 total points. Team LP with 61. And Lucknow Warrior, your top 3. Not even, unfortunately, Wood is not here, so unfortunately it does not mean them. So all these other players are not in match eligibility. The only 3 teams are your top 3. The top 3 being where the prize money is at. So all 3 of these teams, I'm sure, cannot wait to get into this final game and close it out and win that beautiful prize money that is up for grabs. 5,000 for first place, 3,000 for second place, and 2,000 for third place.
Yeah, it's about that time, I think, here, Cinder, where it's about to happen. I think 3 teams, match point, and if you look at, the map wins and how they're distributed, it's definitely distributed amongst those top teams. So odds are maybe Lucknow might pop up with this next win. LP, maybe save Apex Please. Let's not even talk about them because we know they can definitely do it. We just hope they're able to get a bit of a luck spell moving into this next game. But while we have some time before the game goes in, guys, don't forget to go into the description and check out those promotions that are busy running for those Pro Series wireless. Not wireless. Imagine having a wireless motherboard like in the other room, and you just like, cool. All right, cool. It'd be low-key sick. But yes, you do check out those Pro Series motherboards, and you do get yourself an Amazon gift card with that purchase. And let's not forget about the monitors with that KVM switch. So guys, there's a lot happening. The Apex is starting to heat up, and I'm not surprised that maybe this Kings Canyon game coming up now is going to be the final game of the day.
I almost completely forgot. We are going to Kings Canyon. The battlefield has been set once again. Interchanging between these maps, it does throw players out of the loop. So, you're so used to making this rotation. You're so used to looting a particular area, and then it switches up on you. You got to go to Kings Canyon, and that's, King Canyon is definitely a different breed, especially the new Kings Canyon with that crypto area where you can use the research beacon to pretty much solidify any information that you possibly could be thinking of. And it's going to be interesting to see if that might be contested, because it is such a pivotal place that you can obviously land and get that information from. So, going into this game 6, I mean, we have 3 teams in match point eligibility, 3 teams that can possibly take this away. And looking at the way that these teams will be playing it today, I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be alpha in the game.
Yeah, definitely. Again, if everybody is, still unaware of the format, we've removed the kill cap, and that's pretty much what's helped us get to this point right now, where we're coming into a game 6 with 3 teams on this match point, and it's still a series of 8. So if nobody wins this game, we're still going to a game 7 and potentially a game 8 after that. But we'll have to just wait and see what the teams have to say in the lobby obviously, when we pull in to this a game, I think Revenant, maybe everybody should probably be playing Revenant at this point, because by the looks of things, Revenant has pretty much just been griefing the day for a lot of teams. It's kind of funny, that moment when Startup Guy was pushing up the hill, only to see a Revenant team pushing him back. It's kind of just like karma, isn't it, Cinder?
Very much like karma, but I am... Oh, dude, I'm ready than ever. I want to see what these players are going to be able to do. I'm going to sit upright. I'm going to sit in my chair, get comfier, and I suggest everyone in chat does the same, because we are going into that Game 6 very, very, very soon. So, I mean, it has been a long day. It definitely has been a long day, and I'm sure it's been a long day for the players as well, who have had to be battled and bruised throughout this day, and especially, you know, the teams that have not quite hit that match editability. But yeah, I'm definitely excited. I'm going to be interested to see if there will be maybe a composition change, maybe more across the board, but we'll have to see. And we're going to see right now as Game 6 is underway, and it seems like we are back onto World's Edge. It seems like it's switched up a little bit, so we'll be on World's Edge once again. And it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how these players, you know, do with this change, and how they're going to be able to get their loot, rotate easily, and kind of hold their own, because, you know, the only thing that matters right now is the top 3 teams that are on that eligibility, the one team that is going to take it home today. And could that be the team of Save Apex, please?
Landing in Fragment, just showing the dominance. You know, you got to be a really confident team to land in Fragment, because obviously the loot is top tier, and a lot of teams are probably going to be aggressing that. It does look like LP is in the same area, so if we see an LP versus a Save Apex, please, clash here, it's going to be quite heartbreaking leading up towards the end of the storyline. But maybe they are just looking to rotate out of this one for now, but they do hear some shots from behind them. I wonder just what's going to happen. And look at this Revenant ability of just being able to climb up these tall buildings these days. He's actually just living Spider-Man right now in Apex Legends.
Do you perhaps think that Revenant right now is actually more meta than it's ever been, and perhaps the rest of the world is a little bit behind on how good the hero really is right now?
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching today as well, and I'm thinking to myself that, yeah, you know, maybe like the A tier, the S tier pros maybe sleeping on Revenant a little bit more than, you know, they should be, especially with that ability to climb. I mean, that is such a useful ability, and I can think of so many options and you know, places where that is probably just a good thing to get information from, you know what I mean? But for now, we have Revenant here, you know, in the Aorus Cup, so this is great for us at least to witness this Revenant gameplay. Quick overview of how things are looking. Teams are spread out quite evenly. We're already down to 10 teams. Unfortunately, we didn't load with all other teams in here again, so the kill points are going to be a little bit slim, but it's not kill points that some of these teams are worrying about. Obviously, it's winning that game, but XCM is definitely one of those teams that needs to get those points on the board if they're maybe hoping that there's a Game 7 that they might be able to win from.
Possibly a Game 7 looming on the horizon. Would be interesting to see. XCM definitely know that they want that to happen, because it gives them that one extra game where they can possibly make, you know, make a little name for themselves and hopefully get into this game. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be happening anytime soon, because Save Apex, please, with that Revenant ulti, with the initial knock, and I'm sure this is going to be a follow-up kill as well. Both Dusty and Cross being eliminated, and Save Apex, please. They starting exactly where they left off last game and just running rampant in this lobby. We did see an R-Star coming out from another looming third party, but it seems like Save Apex, once again, getting back on their feet, getting healthy and ready, and just carrying this with ease. You know, it's just such beautiful Apex to watch. You know, again, methodical, clean, hitting all their shots, making sure that they are in the best position possible, and you couldn't ask for a better way to close this game out.
Indeed. Once again, the cracked man, Sam, all alone here in Fragment. Baines is close by as well, so definitely needs to be careful here that doesn't get spotted out on the top of this roof and get some shots taken upon him. Things are steady as the teams are still in this looting phase, still in this rotating phase, trying to figure out what's happening in this game. Sab makes his way onto the main construction building here in the fragment. Hopefully nobody is behind him trying to chase him down, but as soon as I say that, it does look like Baines is on the tail of Sam. Hopefully Sam is out of this picture. Good thermite there to stop the push from Sam. He's just going to try to run away into the distance. Some shots getting connected here, but not too much at least to really worry Sam for now. He's going to be able to get away for now. And Save Apex, please, should be looming in the area, hearing these shots.
Very much looming as Bane has this high ground, has the information, but not exactly the greatest armors to work with. And, you know, unfortunately, the lobby is a lot thinner than it has been since the start of this tournament. As we said, we spoke about fatigue and how players, unfortunately, you know, are unable to deal with the length and the stamina needed to pull the full length of this tournament. But a lot of players seem to be able to hold that down. This speaks of, you know, Lucknow Warrior, who are aggressing onto this team. They have got one player down and they're looking for another. It seems like he has been downed as well as OmegaLEl fan. That's an interesting name. I like it. I like it. On the Revenant was able to down that player. Now they're just looking for the final player who utilized his own Rev Totem, but unfortunately both of his teammates eliminated. Can he make something happen here? It's a 1v3 situation. His health not fully maxed out yet, and I'm sure the players on the opposite team are healing and just getting ready to push this guy out. He has to make a choice. He either commits or he runs, and unfortunately commits a little bit too early, drops down, tries to save Grace with that Eva, but is unable to do so. He will be eliminated to the hands of Lucknow Warrior, who are on match point eligibility, who do have a chance at winning this tournament. So they are looking really, really happy right now.
Happy they are indeed with those extra points. Because at the end of the day, they still need the points, right? Because they're sitting third. And if the day ends with one of the other teams on match point winning, they're going to come third place. And that's going to be a little bit disappointing, obviously. You know, at least if they get that second place finish, things will be a little bit better for them. But for now, Sam moves quick. I mean, look, yes, he's playing Octane, and you're probably thinking, like, okay, obviously he's moving quick. But, hey, it's still commendable as a solo player to be so mobile. But, oh, in a tough spot as a team is zipping up to where he is. I don't know if that Gibraltar player in front has really snuffed him out yet. Is this going to be a sneaky kill here for Sam? He's ready for the beam down, but he misses a lot of shots here. The Gibraltar player's moves are a little bit better than he is here. The even 8 shots are popped. He's going to get this kill, hopefully. Thankfully, actually, he does have an armor swap to work with, so maybe he's going to be able to just do a madness here on the scene. He's going to back off from that for now and try hold things down and stabilize himself. Throws an Arc Star to try confirm that kill, but for the most part, I don't think that kill is going to be really confirmed too easily. But it's not backing off. He's not backing off. He's going back for it. He knows he can work from this. At least now he's put himself into a potential 2v1 situation instead of a 2v3, but now the team has gotten on top of the bridge and it's just holding him off, and he's probably just choosing to opt out and back away.
I mean, it's a smart play. Unfortunately, as a solo player, there's not much you can do about the situation, but you know, he played it wise, he played it well, and he did get the down on the EP, unfortunately not the finish, but he made a good decision to get out of there because the two teammates had rotated in pretty successfully in order to get their teammate back up. So Mirror, I'm sure, will be a lot more wiser when he's, you know, looming around, looking for loot. He will try and understand that there could possibly be, you know, these one rat players looming and, you know, rotating around. So PAWNRS was the team that's aggressing, that was pushing towards the situation, as Sam starting to make that rotation. He's starting to find himself. Oh no, Bloodhound Scan has discovered his position. He's going to throw down that thermite, trying to deter the team. He does have the jump pad to work with. He also has the stim available and more than enough health to do so, so I'm sure he's going to be able to get out of dodge just fine, as he has put down that jump pad and is making that rotation. 8 squads left, 20 people in the lobby, zone 2 looming.
I think at this point we should just start a ballad for Sam. His name is Sam. He runs away. You'll never ever catch him today. Anyways, mixtape dropping soon, everybody. But for now,
Spotify.
teams are making their rotation. Making their rotation into this next zone, and everybody's pretty stacked on top of each other. Looking at this overview here at the tree side, Sam is still making his way in, still in the zone, still holding things down for as long as he can. Fights breaking up on the other side here. Nobody in a lot of pain. Not a wise option to be jump padding in the air from 1 HP, and he's gonna go down to Gammy. And now the Pathfinder teammate goes down. XCM on a rampage here, cutting things down. The Death Totem's gonna go down because they're getting pushed almost immediately. A third party is ready to go. The ulti's in a really good spot because of the Death Totem's position here. So this could be detrimental for the team, but they're able to back off just in time before everything goes south for them.
Very much so. Unfortunately, you know, they do have that death protection. Had they get sent back in there, it would have been a little bit of a problem. But, you know, they can now just outweigh and outlie that death protection. Unfortunately, Abrother fan was eliminated and has been thirsted out. It is Lucknow Warrior who's on the receiving end of those shots. And, you know, they were aggressing onto the team, found themselves in a bit of a predicament because the team captured behind them. So they now find themselves in a very, very precarious position, considering that there is a team that was looming behind them. Now, startup guy, Northern Breeze, please save Apex in a very, very difficult situation, considering they are on the high ground, but they are getting tagged up with the likes of Sam, your boy Sam, just ready to try and make something happen. And sure, in the peripheral vision, he was able to spot that Octane jump pad coming out. Save Apex, please, making this aggressive play as we know them to do. They do it so well. This time without the death protection, they spot out the players. The R301 just doing work. Breeze just showing effortless beams right now as he has taken that Gibby down to flesh. And they have taken this aggressive stance. They have got this real estate that I'm sure they wanted so badly. And this zone is definitely favoring them.
I think victory is on the mind of Save Apex, please. I think every team is pretty much in the zone at this point here in around the thermal station. And here's XVM. Oh, you gotta be careful there, man. That is a team you don't want to reckon with. That is the likes of Save Apex, please. Actually shooting in here. They're gonna just come bursting through. Just then takes down Manu. There's not much you can really do when they come guns blazing through the doorway like that. And now it's just a massacre here of thermal station at this point.
Save Apex, please. I mean, what can you say? They're trying to save the game and they're doing so well by killing everyone else in this lobby. It's just incredible to watch the synergy that these three players have amongst them. And, you know, they don't stop there. They never stop there. They never stop with just one. They make sure that they make their name known. They make sure that everyone fears the sound. It's your boy Sam, dude. Without Sam, there's no story. You gotta have the Sam, you gotta have the Frodo. It's just how it is. As Sam starts to aggress, he looks like he might want to ruin someone's day here, and he might just be a little prickling thorn in the side of Save Apex, as Save Apex constantly keeping up that aggression, constantly looking for new ways and new plays to make, as they have moved up to this Dorito position, this Dorito house as it were, and Xenon, the last remaining player for XEM, underneath this donut, just spotting, scouting, trying to find any possible way that he might be able to play this.
Yeah, tough spot to be in as a solo. At least he's playing Wraith, and maybe that Q will guarantee him a little bit of life if he does get aggressed upon. But for now, probably shouldn't be showing any signs of presence. Save Apex, please. Got probably one of the best spots in the zone to work off with here. Startup guy takes a lot of damage from the window, so he's gonna have to stop, pop this Phoenix kit, and get back into it. But for now, the team's able to just hold things down and stabilize. And Team LP is still there, I'm pretty sure. Up at the top there, thermal station, if that's them, just vibing, waiting for things. I wonder what their thoughts are in this game, if they're worried that Save Apex now I mean, not now. Well, now you just call them whatever at this point, I swear. Save Apex, please. Play Apex. Save Apex now. I don't even know, man. Oh, Sam goes down. Oh, that's unfortunate.
He was alone, Octane, looking to do some work. He just wasn't able to make it happen. But on the side of PAWNRS, we do have the Majesty with the Kraber. Afrosaur, he is trying to see if he can maybe hit the headshot that he is so willingly and wanting to hit. But unfortunately, even if he was able to down one of those players, they are on the high ground and they do not have the composition to aggress onto that. So very interesting. We have Bane, we have LP, we have what is the remainder, Xenon, of 3 teams that are currently in match eligibility. So, you know, Bane and PAWNRS, the only 2 remaining teams that are not on match point. They need to ensure that they play this out as best as they can to be the last 2 remaining squads and see if they can eliminate these last squads that are on match eligibility, that are possibly going to take home the win today in this Aorus Cup.
Team LP, good spot in the zone. Lots of high ground to work with. They have a lot of room, especially since they have the death totem. I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe plop that death totem and try into one of these fights down on the low ground here. It's actually just 2 teams match point here, if I'm not mistaken, unless I'm not seeing where Team Lucknow is, because, you know, I've only seen LP and we know Save Apex Please is still
Xenon
in the mix of things. Xenon, like XZM, I don't think XZM was match point. I think they were just under match point. So this is one of those games where they're hoping they can get extra points. But thankfully, the Rat is ratting things out to try to get those extra points in case we do get a game 7th. But it's looking unlikely with 2 teams still in the zone here who are on match point. And now things are just going to be steady before this next zone pulls in.
My apologies for that. It has been a long day and it has been a long cast, but it's just been exciting from start to finish. The energy is still there and we want to see that energy replicated from the players, because this is the final stand. This is zone 4 about to close in 10 seconds, and a lot of these teams all in zone, everyone has some real estate to work with, but after this zone, that's where that all changes. That's where we're going to have to see a lot of the likes of, you know, possibly Save Apex Please having to make that rotation. But if I'm not mistaken, does this zone not pull on towards their building?
I mean, even if it doesn't, I think they're in a good position to still see what's happening in front of them for the most part and plot out their next move. Of course, Death Totem is also ready. So as soon as they get that calm to pull it out, it's going to be good. Oh my goodness. Did he connect those shots? No Rex. Oh, Bane. Oh, it's a tough spot for them. They were trying to be the sneaky gamers and try to take some pop shots from the back, but it didn't work out in their favor. And now it's the zone against them as well in this situation, as well as the squad. What can you even do? Rampage in the hand, but it's just a rampage on the other side as PAWNRS. It takes Baines down, and that's unfortunate for Baines. And now we have 2 teams left who are match points still. Save Apex Please, Team LP. We've got the Rat of Xenon still hugging the zone there, waiting for an opportunity. And I mean, look, man, I'm not trying to be that guy that's going to be negative here, but the odds of where PAWNRS are is really tough for them to get down, because both Save Apex Please and LP will have full vision of their rotate in that position, and they'll probably just get mowed down. And unless Xenon is Hardeki, I don't know.
I mean, look, we've seen things today that we didn't think were possible. So I think anything is definitely possible in Apex Legends, and especially from what we've seen from these Apex players today, I think you know, you can't count Xenon out. You can't count the likes of LP, and you sure as hell can't count out PAWNRS, who were able to hold their own against the 2 players from Bane. So there's hope, but the hope slowly dwindles as we look towards the zone. We see Save Apex Please is in prime position, in a very, very good position to win this game out. We can't speak too soon because Xenon could pose as a problem, could pose as, you know, a little bit of a spoiler towards one of these three teams is LP has made that aggressive initiative to push towards this donut area, just trading in shots, trading in damage with Save Apex Please. But this is the one that you spoke about. This is PAWNRS. You spoke about how their position is not favorable for them. The zone on their back, they have to make the play, they have to make the jump. And it's up to these other two teams to see if they can cut that off and make something happen, as they just keep trying to make their rotation. Gibby Don't has gone down. The North Breeze laying out that fire, and it seems like North Breeze, they want more than they can chew. This is, again, we've seen them do this once, they've seen them do them a million times, and now they're going to be able to make this profitable for themselves. As they do approach up the donut, they have run into the team. They are starting to do the damage that they much needed, but finding themselves outside of the zone, North Breeze very, very close. They need to be careful. They're LP. They're able to deal with the situation, send all the players back and heal and get back to their rightful scenarios. The teams just constantly be trying to fend off players. Can they hold them out long enough? Can they hold this team back?
The problem here is, where is Xenon? What is he doing? Because he could just be a threat to both these teams. But Save Apex Please manages to stabilize us a little bit. And there's Xenon coming into grief. They have to take him out, or it's over here. One is down. It's Justin on the opposite side. Northern Breeze has to breeze away and hit a battery. It's Startup Guy. Gonna go for the res. The res is actually popped in this situation. Team LP hasn't looked to aggress onto it. There's a portal that's been made to get the players out of that spot. But look where Xenon is. If Xenon is left unchecked, this could be a big problem for both these two teams here. Oh, Xenon peaks at the wrong time, goes down almost immediately. So this is it. This is the final one. This is the last game of the day. Team LP versus Save Apex Please. Who will be the champion of the Aorus Cup?
I mean, this is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see the two titans going at it, and if there was any two titans to do it, it is these two teams here. Team LP, Save Apex Please. They have spotted out an outlying player that is playing off the great position. A great position to be playing if he can find some solace, find some comfort. And it seems like Team LP want to take advantage of that, take advantage of the fact that there's only one player lying around. But it is a race. She does have the Q, but unfortunately it hasn't needed it to be popped yet, as two players have gone down on the side of LP. The one last remaining player, Gillette, is going to go down. Save Apex Please. Absolutely dominating the lobby, showing why they were the force to be reckoned with, and showing why they are your rightful winners of the Aorus Cup. But that doesn't take away who's second, who's third, who's going to take away those remaining prize money statistics. But we can't take away from what Save Apex was able to accomplish today. Tendor, they came in here, game 2, not game 1, game 2. And they thrived and they persevered and they pushed as hard as they possibly can. And they were victors at the end of the day. They put in the time, the effort, and everything that was needed to ensure that they were the rightful winners of the 5,000 rupees as first prize in this Aorus Cup.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just honestly amazing the way it all panned out throughout the day. And there was a moment where it looked like Team LP could have won it all in that one fight, but unfortunately they weren't able to capitalize from the damage that they inflicted on to Save Apex Please. But the synergy, once again, the gunfight at the end there just worked in the favor of how a team Save Apex Please plays. And ultimately, they're your champions here on that match point format. And man, that is got to be heartbreaking for a lot of these other teams that were maybe just hoping that PAWNRS all the way up at the top might have pulled us into a game 7. But for the day, it looks like it's only going to be 6.
I mean, Team LP, you can't take away from what they were trying to accomplish there. They did incredibly well, making sure they were methodical, holding that high ground, going to the donut. They did so. They held off the push that came from Save Apex Please, not once but twice, as well as fending off the other team that was right below them. And Xenon, you can't take away from what he was trying to do. he could have been the spoiler to both those teams had they aggressed too early, had they done enough damage to each other in the beginning. Xeno could have capitalized and taken away, gone to a game 7, but that wasn't the case. And you have to question, was LP making the right decision in trying to isolate that lonely Wraith player that was playing so breezily, as it were?
Yeah, indeed. It's been a hectic day so far. And with all hectic days, we do need to take a quick little break and tally up the scores so that we can see where everybody is slotted into. So guys, this has been the Aorus Cup. Don't go anywhere just yet. We're going to take a short break before we come back with the final scores.
What a day, what a day, what a day. That was an incredible 6 games, if I don't say so myself, Tendo. I enjoyed them from start to finish, and it was an absolute pleasure to cast them, to see these boys in action, to see what India has to offer in terms of Apex. And I wasn't disappointed. Not at all, not in the slightest. And it was incredible. It really, really was. But I think what really matters and what everyone is waiting for is we want to see who our top 3 are today. Oof.
And I mean, it's no surprise that Save Apex, please, after coming in the second game, have scrounged up, more than scrounged up, collected, 93 points to end off the day and be our outright winners on match point, even on points. So you gotta love when that happens. And then obviously Team LP follows straight after second place, a prize coming in and collecting that 3,000 rupees. And then Lucknow Warrior coming in with 60 points. And they didn't even win a single game the whole day, which is great to show that consistency can still win you money, right? You know what I'm talking about? And of course, there's our winners. Save Apex, please.
Please save Apex. If they are playing for anything, they played for the clout, and they did extremely well. Our runners up today is Team LP, coming in second place and taking away those 3,000 rupees that were up for grabs. And, you got to give credit to our Team LP. They played so incredibly well in that final match. And, they took the aggressive stance. They tried pushing that final Ray player that was sitting on the blue bins, but wasn't able to clutch it out. Can't take away from how much Lucknow Warrior, they also just put in a hell of an effort. Again, one of our teams that was on ability, and really, really, really incredible to see all of these guys that were able to play it out to the fullest and persevere through. There were a few hiccups in between, but that happens from time to time, and you can't take away from such an incredible tournament. So a huge shout out to Aorus Cup that was hosted, that gave the opportunity to these players to earn a little bit of money, earn that clout, and just make a name for themselves inside competitive Apex Legends.
Yeah, definitely. It's been an exciting day. And I mean, from this momentum, you definitely, have to keep playing Apex, keep improving your skills. And hopefully, another cup comes along the way and you will be able to, compete. And speaking of a cup that is coming along the way, I hear that the Age of Empires Cup is coming through next week and registrations are also open for that. So you can go check that out on the Aorus website to sign up and get ready to compete in that next tournament.
I mean, that would be brilliant, and you definitely need to utilize the motherboard that's going to go with that. So you can get a Pro Series motherboard that you can purchase, as well as coupled with that, you'll get an Amazon gift card as well. The link is in the description below. Go check it out. Trust me, you won't regret it. And you can get, some peripherals, some RAM, something else and add to that Pro Series motherboard that is just absolutely beautiful and gorgeous. But I think that is it from myself and Tendo Plays. Tendo is always a pleasure. I would really suggest you guys go check out his Twitter, at Tendo Plays on Twitter. Hit him up. He's an absolutely lovely guy. I love casting with my brother in arms. And I think that's going to be it from us today. Thank you so much for taking your time and watching and spending with us. Tendo, do you have any closing thoughts, my dude?
Shout out to Cinder as well. Make sure you guys go check him out on Twitter just as likewise, and obviously shout out to the admin team as well and the production team. Thoroughly impressed. Obviously a couple of hiccups here and there, but the production wise honestly was really amazing. But yeah, that's been us from the Aorus Cup. I hope you guys have a good rest of your evening.
I hope to see you on the next one. That's it from us.